Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Debate on Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act.
Madame McKenna, appuyée.
Ms. McKenna, seconded by Mrs. Bennett, moves that Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Débat. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud today to speak about Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. This is an important step towards realizing our government's vision that Canada is one of the greenest countries in the world and that our quality of life continues to improve.
I'm proud to speak today about Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. This is an important step toward realizing our government's vision that Canada is one of the greenest countries in the world and that our quality of life continues to improve.
As I will explain, the amendments in this bill clearly show that sustainable development and the environment are at the forefront of our thinking, and that our government decision-making going forward will reflect this. I'll discuss how these amendments will increase transparency and enable a whole-of-government approach to sustainable development, building on the current Act and its implementation. I'll talk about the contributions of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development and how the amendments respond to them. And finally, I'll describe how this bill will support an ongoing conversation with Indigenous peoples, stakeholders, and all Canadians about sustainability and the environment. But before I begin, I would like to acknowledge all the people who have helped to lay the foundation for this bill. First, I want to thank the Chair and the members of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, as well as the witnesses who appeared before them during the committee's recent review of the Federal Sustainable Development Act. The committee's second unanimous report, Federal Sustainability for Future Generations, provided insights and recommendations that were instrumental in shaping the amendments. I want to thank the Honourable John Godfrey for bringing forward the original private members' bill that became the FSDA and establishing the foundation for a federal sustainable development strategy. I also want to thank my colleague and parliamentary secretary, the member for North Vancouver. His hard work and his leadership have helped us move beyond commitment and aspiration to the bill before us today.
Sustainable development means meeting the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs as well. This is at the heart of our program and our priorities. From the very beginning, we constantly said that a healthy environment and a strong economy can and must go hand in hand.
It promotes integrated, coordinated action across government by requiring 26 departments and agencies to prepare their own sustainable development strategies that comply with and contribute to the federal strategy. The
Federal Sustainable Development Strategy that I tabled a year ago today showed that it is possible to accomplish a lot within the framework of the Act. It is more ambitious than previous strategies because it proposes 13 long-term objectives that reflect the environmental aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030. It directly meets the interests and priorities of Canadians, and we listened to Canadians for more than 4 months during public consultations with the public and stakeholders. Our priorities are the priorities of Canadians, whether we're fighting climate change, supporting healthy ecosystems, promoting good drinking water, or sustainable food security. By going beyond what the Act requires, we have integrated a greater number of departments and federal agencies into our strategy than ever before. To follow up on a recommendation of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, which recommended a whole-of-government approach, 5 agencies are voluntarily contributing to the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy 2016 to 2019, and 26 organizations are also legally bound to participate. This means that a total of 41 departments and federal agencies have a role to play in making our government's vision of sustainable development a reality. That's 8 more than in the previous strategy, 2013 to 2016.
On the Act's commitment to transparency and accountability, we've also committed to updating our strategy on an ongoing basis to ensure that Canadians and parliamentarians can closely track our accomplishments and results. We've acted on this commitment, publishing the first update to our strategy in June. That update shows that we've already achieved a number of the short-term milestones set out in our strategy, such as ratifying the historic Paris Agreement. Now, just this week, we're tabling more than 20 departmental sustainable development strategies for organizations across the federal government. These strategies set out concrete commitments that will help us deliver on the goals and targets of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy. By adding substance and detail to our plan, they will ensure that Canadians have a clear picture of what our government is doing to advance sustainable development in Canada. We've accomplished a lot, but we are committed to doing more, to implementing a renewed federal sustainability approach built on accountability, inclusiveness, and an ongoing dialogue with Indigenous peoples, stakeholders, and all Canadians. Bill C-57 reflects this renewed approach. It will raise the bar for transparency and reporting, create a truly whole-of-government system of sustainable development planning, reporting, and action, and ensure that sustainable development strategies are inclusive and support our commitment to future generations. Transparency and accountability to Parliament are at the core of the current FSDA. They were key issues for the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development as they conducted the review of the Act, and they are central to the amendments set out in this bill. Les parlementaires
Parliamentarians have always played a key role in monitoring the measures taken by the government to respect its commitments and to get results in terms of sustainable development. This bill would broaden and strengthen their role by requiring each department and agency to submit an annual report to parliamentary committees on the progress that they've made in terms of their sustainable development commitments. This would also allow us to ensure that sustainable development strategies include strong objectives so that parliamentarians and Canadians can hold the government to account. By basing ourselves on the current Act, the amendments proposed in this bill would clearly establish that the federal sustainable development strategy goals need to be measurable and set to a timeline.
Sustainable development can't be limited to one department or agency. Organizations across the federal government play a role in protecting and restoring Canada's environment and in improving Canadians' quality of life. And as I've said, we've already increased the number of participating departments far beyond the 26 that are named in the Act. These amendments take this further, expanding our whole-of-government approach to more than 90 departments and agencies. This includes organizations with a significant environmental footprint, such as the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So that we can maintain the whole-of-government approach even when circumstances change, the bill would enable the government to add or remove organizations from the Act. All of these amendments align with our commitment to openness and transparency and to leading by example. Amendments that require strong sustainability targets and accountability for results will also support our commitment to future generations to address climate change, develop our natural resources responsibly, develop the clean growth economy, and modernize environmental assessment and regulatory processes. Now I'd like to discuss the work and recommendations of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development that have contributed to the amendments in Bill C-57. Nous avons transformé cette
We have transformed this conviction into real action, like the ratification of the Paris Agreement by working with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to develop the national strategy on clean growth and climate change, and by making new investments in clean technology and green infrastructure. We are also committed to supporting the Sustainable Development Goals for Agenda 2013, the International Strategy to Fight Poverty, and others. With these 17 universal objectives, Agenda 2030 shows that there is a renewed global desire to make this a reality, and we want Canada to play a leading role in that.
I've already mentioned the invaluable contributions that the committee made through its review of the FSDA last year and its report, Federal Sustainability for Future Generations. In that report, the committee stressed that the amendments to the Act must begin with this purpose. I agree. Bill C-57 includes a revised purpose for the Act, shifting the focus of our sustainable development strategy from short-term planning to long-term vision. It places the focus on inspiring economic, social, and environmental advancement toward a better future. The
committee had proposed that the government review the use of the principles in the FSDA, and Bill C-57 would add new generally admitted principles to the bill when it comes to sustainable development. Two fundamental principles are already in the Act. The principle of precaution, which says that if there's no irreversible damage, in the absence of scientific certainty, we shouldn't use that as an excuse to delay the adoption of measures that would prevent the degradation of the environment. And then there's also the fundamental principle, which states that sustainable development should be based on the rational use of natural resources as well as social and economic resources. These are essential principles, but other principles are necessary as well to give departments and organizations and ministers clear guidelines to develop their sustainable development strategies. Bill C-57 would include 7 new sustainability principles, including intergenerational equity, the polluter pay principle, and the internalization of costs. The committee mentioned that it was important to make central organizations participate in the promotion of sustainable development within the government, and that's what we've done.
In 2016, we established the Centre for Greening Government within the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. The Centre's role is to track federal greenhouse gas emissions centrally, coordinate efforts across government, and drive results. Through the Centre, the Treasury Board Secretariat has taken on an instrumental role in advancing our commitment to reduce federal greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. The amendments in this bill would build on this, formalizing Treasury Board's role in developing policies related to reducing the government's environmental footprint and ensuring that departments and agencies take these policies into account in preparing their sustainable development strategies. Again, let me commend and thank the Chair and members of the Standing Committee for their efforts in reviewing the Federal Sustainable Development Act and formulating their recommendations. This is how Parliament should work. The Standing Committee has tabled a thoughtful and unanimous report, and our government is responding with concrete changes. I want to thank all the members.
With the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy 2016-2019, we have taken a first step towards implementing the committee's report. Our strategy responds to the committee's recommendations with more ambitious objectives, easier to understand targets, and a clear commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030, as well as fundamental principles of sustainable development. Bill C-57 represents the next step. The committee said that it was important to amend the Act, and we listened. This bill would make legislative amendments to have a more inclusive, responsible, and sustainable approach. I would like to express how much I appreciate the efforts of the Standing Committee, and I hope that our excellent collaboration will continue.
I'd like to go on now to discuss how we are engaging Indigenous peoples, stakeholders, and Canadians on sustainable development. As we acknowledge in our strategy, our government cannot achieve sustainable development alone. It requires action across Canadian society, by provinces, by territories and communities, by Indigenous governments and organizations, and by business and civil society. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as our strategy makes clear, all Canadians have a role to play in building a more sustainable Canada. The FSDA recognizes the need for an inclusive approach by requiring the government to consult with the public and stakeholders on each new federal sustainable development strategy. It also establishes the Sustainable Development Advisory Council, which I chair, and which includes representatives of each province and territory, Indigenous peoples, business, environmental, non-governmental organizations, and labor. The input and informed about sustainable development in the environment. Between February and June 2016, we received hundreds of comments on the strategy from people and organizations from coast to coast to coast.
Canadians told us that they support the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and ambitious measures when it comes to climate change. They told us that they want to see ambitious objectives for sustainable development. They want specific and measurable targets and clear plans of action. They also told us that our government's strategy needs to be a call to action, showing what all Canadians can do to help the environment and sustainability. As I've explained, the strategy that I tabled last October meets the priorities of Canadians and also the priorities of the international community. For example, for the first time, the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy includes an objective that has to do with sustainable food access, an issue that had been neglected up to this time. And our strategy includes information about what each individual can do to help us attain our sustainable development objectives. We are also determined to pursue conversations with our partners, stakeholders, and all Canadians as we implement our strategy, which goes above and beyond the requirements of the law in terms of consultation.
Indigenous peoples, communities, provinces, territories, and Canadians expect to be heard when it comes to the economy and the environment. Since tabling our strategy, we maintain an ongoing conversation with Canadians to let them know what the government is doing and to learn about their own actions to support sustainable development. We will continue to engage with them on how we can use a strengthened FSDA to ensure that Canada is a sustainability leader. We want to hear from Canadians about how we can address climate change, support and promote innovative technologies, strengthen our economy, and create good-paying jobs for Canadians in the clean growth century. The amendments in Bill C-57 will support engagement by strengthening the Sustainable Development Advisory Council. The Council brings together passionate, knowledgeable people from all sectors of Canadian society. It provided important input into our 2016 to 2019 Federal Sustainable Development Strategy. For example, our ambitious target for clean water in First Nations communities responds to the Council's advice, along with comments from other organizations and Canadians. With this bill, we have the opportunity to enhance the role of the Sustainable Development Advisory Council through legislative change. We recognize that the involvement in Indigenous peoples in environmental and sustainable development policy is essential, and these amendments would ensure that their voices are heard by doubling the number of representatives of Indigenous people sitting on the Council from 3 to 6. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Federal Sustainable Development Act has had a positive impact on federal sustainability, helping us move towards transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and a whole-of-government approach. However, our government is determined to do more. With the renewed approach to sustainable development that this bill represents, sustainable development strategies will be guided by sustainable development principles and a more ambitious purpose that combines transparency and accountability with the aspiration to advance sustainable development in Canada and improve Canadians' quality of life. En s'appuyant sur les rapports
being based on sustainability reports, our renewed approach will make it possible to strengthen the role of parliamentary committees thanks to the new requirement for annual reports by departments.
Environment and sustainable development has guided our approach, and the committee will play a key role going forward in holding the government accountable for results. This is the beginning of the next chapter in Canada's sustainability story. An amended act will provide the framework for action to fulfill our domestic and international sustainability commitments. With the support of my colleagues, I am confident that we can achieve our vision of a clean environment, a sustainable economy, and a better quality of life for all Canadians. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And I listened intently. I'm a member of the committee that generated the report that gave rise to these amendments to the Federal Sustainable Development Act. And if you listen to the minister's speech, it sounds all peaches and cream. Like everything is rosy, we've got sunny ways. But in fact, this week, the Auditor General, through the Commissioner for the Environment and Sustainable Development, released her report about the performance of this minister. And in fact, anybody who reads this report would consider it a scathing indictment of that minister's leadership on this file. And let me just read to you two sections. First is on page 15 of the first report, and it says that we concluded, in other words, the Commissioner concluded, that Environment and Climate Change Canada, which is that minister's responsibility, did not make progress toward meeting Canada's commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It doesn't say didn't make enough progress, made no progress. And the second report is also damning. It says, we concluded that Environment and Climate Change Canada, that minister's responsibility, did not provide adequate leadership to advance the federal government's adaptation to climate change impacts. That's pretty damning. Yes. So my question, Mr. Speaker, since the Commissioner actually looked at the last 2 years, which is, of course, the 2 years in which this minister has had conduct of this file, when she looks at this report, how can she defend that performance? And why has she not considered stepping down to make room for someone who can actually get it right?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the member opposite for his hard work as part of the Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development. It was a unanimous report, and I certainly appreciate the efforts in that regard. Unlike the previous government, though, our government actually recognizes that climate change is real and that we need to take action. Obviously, there is more we can do, and we are committed to doing more. However, unlike the previous government, we've taken serious action. We're putting a price on pollution because we know that that's a way to foster innovation and reduce emissions. We're phasing out coal because we know not only are there serious health impacts, but that's a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. We have a net zero building strategy because we know that the built environment contributes to our greenhouse gas emissions, and we can build buildings that are more efficient and save people money. We're making investments in clean technology and innovation because we understand that growing our economy and building a more sustainable environment go together. I certainly accept the recommendations in the report of the Commission on Environment. We are doing more. We are working with provinces and territories. But unlike the previous government, we don't just talk about having a targets. We actually have a plan to achieve them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to echo the concerns raised by my colleague on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee. My particular concern, Mr. Speaker, is contrary to what the Minister has attested to, indeed, as the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, she is moving forward on initiatives on climate change. But what she has not properly reported is that many of the critical recommendations from the committee were not reflected in the bill that is before us now. And in fact, very critical recommendations that also came from the Commissioner, and that is, it is not introducing a whole of government approach. this bill still rests responsibility for holding all the departments and agencies into account in an official buried within the Minister of Environment's department. That is contrary to what has been recommended for a whole of government, is that the responsibility for the oversight should rest with an entity like the Privy Council or Treasury Board. Yes, Treasury Board is sort of watchdogging what's going on with climate change, but as we all know, the new 17 United Nations criteria for sustainable development go far beyond climate change. So, as noted by the recent audit by this Commissioner for Sustainable Development, as my cabinet noted, she is finding over the decade and a half that, in fact, the departments and agencies are not observing the cabinet directive, are not only providing faulty reports, they're not even providing reports either to their minister or to the cabinet. 80% of the departments and agencies audited failed to deliver the assessment, and neither the Privy Council or Treasury Board are seeking assurances. So could the minister speak to why she made a decision not to, in fact, change the Act as recommended by the committee?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank the honourable member for her hard work in this regard. We believe that we are making very important changes to the Act that respond to the committee's report. These are things like making decision-making related to sustainable development more transparent and subject to accountability to Parliament, promoting coordination across the Government of Canada to advance sustainable development, and respecting Canada's domestic and international obligations related to sustainable development. And it really is a whole-of-government approach. The bill extends the coverage of the Federal Sustainable Act from 26 to more than 90 departments and agencies. These departments and agencies can be found in Schedule 1 and 2 of the Financial Administration Act. The bill formalizes the role of the Treasury Board in leading efforts to green government operations, enabling the consistent application across government of policies affecting sustainability. It also incorporates an expanded suite of sustainable development principles. In addition to the basic principle and precautionary principle that were already in the Federal Sustainable Development Act, the bill proposes to add the principles of intergenerational equity, polluter pays, internalization of costs, openness and transparency involving Indigenous people, collaboration, and results delivery. All of these principles are intended to guide the development of sustainable development strategies. I'm extremely proud of what we're putting forward. It also incorporates and recognizes that we need to be doing our part when it comes to the sustainable development principles internationally. We've incorporated this approach. This will really help guide government in a more transparent way to show that to ensure that we're taking action, strong action, to build a more sustainable economy and move forward toward a greener future.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the Minister for bringing forth Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. And the Minister is very well aware that in Hamilton, the environment is a very important issue. It's a priority for Hamiltonians. And I know the Minister is aware of that because she is a Hamilton girl and a Hamilton woman. And the latest meeting I had was this past Friday, a week ago today, with a local environmental group. And I know that they, as well as all Canadians, want to pass on to the Minister how proud they are of the work that she has done. When you look at the Paris Accord and the consensus building that she was able to attain there, as well as the price on carbon, we are all very proud of the leadership and the passion that this Minister has demonstrated. Now, one of the questions that continuously comes up with constituents in my riding is that they want to be assured that sustainable development and the environment are at the forefront of the government's decision-making with respect to all issues that come forward. And I know that this bill does that, but I wonder if the Minister could expand on how this bill particularly assists with ensuring Canadians that sustainable development and the environment are at the root of all decisions that are made by this government.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank the member for her leadership in the Hamilton, Ancaster, Dundas region. It's really important, and it's critical that we have members that are committed to a sustainable environment and a strong economy. I was very proud to be in Hamilton, where we're looking at cleaning up the Hamilton Harbour, working very hard at the largest contaminated site on this side of in the Canadian side of the Great Lakes. We're making great progress, which also is going to lead to great economic benefits, so that people will come to Hamilton and are coming to Hamilton to enjoy the harbour front. And there's certainly a lot more that we want to continue to do with communities across the country, because we really are all in this together, and it's a huge economic opportunity. So the purpose of what we're bringing forward today is to actually ensure that we're driving an approach to sustainable development, to greening our economy in a very transparent way, where Canadians can see the actions our government is taking. We can assure across government that everything we're doing reflects this approach to sustainable development and growing a clean economy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and it's a pleasure to engage in this debate on the amendments to the Federal Sustainable Development Act, which is Bill C-57. And I believe that Canadians understand that when governments make policy decisions, they should be making those policy decisions through a lens that takes into account Canada's economic imperatives, our social imperatives, and our environmental imperatives. Now, the original act, as my colleague, the Minister, mentioned, was actually passed in the previous Parliament, actually a few parliaments ago, in 2008, under then Environment Minister John Baird. And as you know, in majority governments, opposition bills do not get passed. Opposition private members' bills do not get passed unless they have support in the government of the day. And of course, that's what happened here. Our government very quickly realized that sustainability had to be baked into everything that the federal government does, making sure we have the appropriate balance between the social, economic, and environmental factors within Canada. And so we supported that act. And of course, upon further reflection at committee recently, I'm a member of that committee, and I was very pleased to be part of the deliberations that gave rise to the report. And when we reflected back on the act as it presently stands, it had a number of failings, things that needed to be corrected. And actually, there was a consensus at committee on the items that needed to be corrected in that bill. And so we actually were able to issue a consensus report, which is not always that common when you have a majority government that is fixated upon imposing its will on this Parliament. But in that committee and in that study, we were able to achieve consensus. And of course, the Act itself requires that all government decision-making is done with a view to future generations. And I'm glad my colleague, the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, actually recognized the fact that the recommendations coming out of the committee talked about the intergenerational nature of sustainability. What we're doing today in terms of policy making that will be viewed through a lens of the environment, the economy, and the social environment, that is about making sure not only that today's generation has a lifestyle that is one that we can applaud, but it's one that we can pass on to future generations that they can take up and build upon. A couple of the things that this bill does in amending the Act itself, it makes more robust the provisions that require government agencies and departments to provide regular reports on their progress in making sure that they meet our sustainability goals. The number of departments and agencies has been significantly increased. The number that are going to fall under this Act be subject to reviewing all policy making through the lens of the Sustainable Development Act. And beyond that, there's also an increase in the number of members of the Advisory Council that provides advice to the Minister. And there's also a number of items that we are likely going to ask for amendments on at committee. For example, that these Advisory Council members be paid. You know, every time Liberals come up with a new policy or a new piece of legislation, new regulation, they're always increasing the number of people that get paid. And that costs taxpayers money. And one thing we as Conservatives can say with absolute conviction is that we've always defended the interests of Canadian taxpayers. And that's why we'll be making amendments at the committee. Now, Canadians also have the right to ask, well, okay, we've had this Federal Sustainable Development Act in place since 2008. So we're talking about close to 10 years. And we've had a federal government in place, a Liberal government now, for 2 years that has had the chance to understand the Act, to apply it across all agencies of government, to make sure that our sustainable development goals are met. So, what kind of progress has this government made, and has the minister made? Well, it just so happens that this week, when we're beginning a debate on Bill C-57, that the Commissioner for the Environment and Sustainable Development issued what's effectively an audit report under the Auditor General of Canada, highlighting the performance of this government and this environment minister when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to the environment. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is a damning indictment of the Liberal government's performance, not only on the environment file, but on sustainability writ large. So let me go to the first report, and that addresses the progress that might have been made on reducing greenhouse gases. Remember, this is a government that boasted in the last election that it was the only party that could address Canada's climate change challenges. So they've had 2 years to work on it. You would imagine, with all the rhetoric we've heard from them and from the minister, that there would be significant progress made. So what's the conclusion of the Auditor General? Well, yeah, it's an F. It's a failing grade. She says, and I quote, "We concluded that Environment and Climate Change Canada, in working to collaboratively address the issue of climate change, the measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions contained in the plan had yet to be implemented." And it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. She goes on to say, "We concluded that Environment and Climate Change Canada," which is that minister's responsibility, "did not make progress toward meeting Canada's commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions."
It's a shame.
Now, with all the rhetoric we heard during the last election and over the last 2 years, and the minister always talking about the environment and the economy going hand in hand, you'd expect there would be some progress made. This report says no progress. It's not just that there was insufficient progress, not enough progress. The Auditor General says there was no progress made. Now that's pretty damning. In the meantime, of course, as my colleague reminds me, the one thing that the minister and her government did is impose a massive carbon tax on Canadians that is sucking the pockets of Canadian taxpayers dry. Well, it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. The second report that was issued this past Tuesday, page 27. "We concluded that Environment and Climate Change Canada did not provide adequate leadership to advance the federal government's adaptation to climate change impacts." It highlights a lack of federal leadership from this minister. It goes on to say most of the federal departments and agencies we examined did not take appropriate measures to adapt to climate change impacts. It goes on to say, as a result, the federal government could not demonstrate that it was making progress in adapting to a changing climate. Stronger federal leadership is needed. What a damning indictment of this Liberal government's and this minister's performance on the environment file. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe Canadians can draw the conclusion that, in fact, this Liberal government cannot be trusted. And that would not be an unfair conclusion to make, because when you look at the government's record on other issues, it's very clear that this government that made so many promises during the election, promise after promise, has now become a monument to broken promises. The last 2 years are littered with broken promises on deficits, for example. You remember Prime Minister saying, oh, we're just going to run $10 billion deficits. That was his word, and Canadians took him at his word, and they elected him. Today, we're looking at annual deficits of $30 billion a year. A huge broken promise. And these deficits are being run in order to spend, not on taxpayers, not on Canadians' priorities, but on the Liberal government's own priorities. Then we look at, remember electoral reform, Mr. Speaker? The promise that the last election was going to be the last election under the first-past-the-post system. Another broken promise. What a fiasco that was. And the minister lost her job as a result of that fiasco. But quite frankly, buck should stop at the Prime Minister's desk, because he was the one who initiated that failed process. He had promised Canadians he was going to consult broadly. This was going to be a fair process. We would divine some kind of a consensus out of that process and then move forward. Did that happen? No. It was a debacle. That's what it was. And at the end of the day, the Prime Minister said, oh, because I can't find consensus out there, I'm going to break that promise of electoral reform. It's a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, we get to the whole issue of taxes. Taxes here, taxes there. Carbon taxes, payroll taxes, and the most recent debacle that this government engaged in was bringing forward reforms that are going to impose a huge tax burden, not on the big fat cats, not on the rich people in Canada, but on small businesses. You're talking about mom and pop shops, the pizza owner in my community that employs his family, maybe some other employees, working hard to scrape by, earning maybe $50,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year. The government has now determined they should be the target of tax increases. And these aren't tiny tax increases like those tiny deficits that the Prime Minister promised in the last election. He is proposing to tax these small businesses across Canada at a rate of 73%. Can you imagine that? It's disgraceful. They're going to take the revenues coming off savings that these businesses had, and they're going to tax those savings at 73%. And you know what? I have talked to businesses in my own community. I've held roundtables, unlike the NDP here. I've held roundtables on this tax, business tax. I can tell you my business friends, my business people, the ones who have the small business operations that are the backbone of our economy, they are outraged that this government, this Prime Minister, this Finance Minister would actually tax small business at a rate of up to 73%, but then the Finance Minister, who has a billion-dollar company called Morneau Chappelle, his company won't be impacted. He's going to pay lower taxes on $500 million worth of income every year. This is a company that's huge, one of Canada's largest companies. And then the Prime Minister, who has benefited from a trust fund, a family inheritance. His investments, his trust fund, won't be impacted by the changes that the Minister of Finance has brought forward. So again, a breach of trust. The government wants us to trust them when they say, hey, listen, Federal Sustainability Act, we want you to trust us on this. We're going to get it done. We promise Canadians we're going to protect the environment. We promise Canadians that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. You remember the environment minister saying that time and time and time again? She said it today again. We'll hear it at question period. And we'll probably hear it at question period. You're absolutely right. And you know what happened? Instead of understanding the economic component, this government has completely neglected our economy. The importance of small businesses across Canada. You know, Mr. Speaker, 98% of all businesses across Canada are small businesses. 98%. They're the backbone of our economy. And this Minister of Finance, aided and abetted by the Environment Minister, are actually attacking the very people that build our economy, that sustain our economy. Not only are they doing that, Mr. Speaker, this government is proposing to introduce tax laws that are going to make it more difficult for Canadian farmers and Canadian small businesses and the owners of those businesses to transfer their business to the next generation. That's why it's ironic to hear the minister talk about how important it is to look at the intergenerational impacts of our policies, right? Intergenerational impact. If she's talking about the Sustainable Development Act, which is supposed to marry the environment and the economy, why has our government completely forgotten about the economic component? They want all the money now. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we were elected, Mr. Speaker, we had predicted that the Prime Minister was making promises far beyond what he could deliver on. 100%. We knew that he was making promises that were raising expectations of Canadians. He would never meet those expectations. And guess what? We've been proven right. Day after day, there's a new fiasco, there's a new scandal, there's no transparency. Remember the mandate letters, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister issued to every single one of his ministers, including the Environment Minister. And I've read through that mandate letter many times, and I'm thankful to the Prime Minister for giving us a glimpse of what he was hoping to happen here in Canada and here in this House. And that mandate letter actually says that the Prime Minister wants to set a higher bar for transparency and openness of government, and set a higher bar for addressing conflicts of interest so that not even a perceived conflict of interest would be accepted by the Prime Minister. And yet we see with the Minister of Finance in his tax reforms attacking small Canadian businesses. He himself stands to benefit from changing tax laws, from forcing small Canadian companies to de-incorporate, which will now force those business people to invest in private pension funds, to have their pension funds administered by none other than, the Finance Minister's own company, Morneau Chappelle. You'll hear more about that in question period later, Mr. Speaker. The conflict of interest is so jaw-dropping, and it's so in conflict with that minister's mandate letter. And the same thing is true for the Environment Minister. Time and time again, I've requested from the Environment Minister that she provide me with departmental assessments of the impact that her carbon tax will have on Canada, including our small businesses, on families across this country. So, you know what they do? They hand us this information, but it's heavily redacted. And the word redacted, of course, means censored. This is a government of censorship. They do not want the public to know any information about the stuff that happens behind the scenes, behind closed doors. And so what we got from the minister wasn't a clear presentation of what the impacts will be on our economy. What we received was a heavily censored document that didn't help us make any kind of sense out of the government's policies. Now, we do have one report, and that is from the Conference Board of Canada, which came out with a report that showed that the carbon tax that the Liberals have proposed will have a modest impact on greenhouse gas emissions. And when I say modest, you're right, I really mean negligible impact. Yep. But do you know what that report says? It's going to take to implement the Liberal plan to address climate change, it's going to take trillions of dollars of investments. And the report goes even further, and it says, under the Liberal plan, what will happen is that government expenditures will grow. Again. And what will happen to the private sector? It says this very clearly. The private sector will shrink. Yep. Well, we as Conservatives, we have great confidence in the private sector. In our small businesses, medium-sized businesses, large businesses, they all contribute to the prosperity we have in this country. And to read in this report, a very credible report from the Conference Board of Canada, that in fact they expect that the role of government is going to expand in this country and that the role of the private sector is going to shrink is shocking. So, Mr. Speaker, I've put a lot on the plate here. The government has a lot to answer for. We can do better. And if they can't do it, they should step aside and let us do the job. Yay!
Questions and comments? Before we go to questions and comments, I just want to inform the honourable member that in looking at the clock, out of the 10 minutes, he'll have about 8, and we'll continue after question period when this takes up again. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I just want to note that the member, his intervention had all the drama of a Shakespearean tragedy, but we're here to debate legislation. It's Bill C-57, so I have a very, very simple question. Does the honourable member support the bill at hand?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, simple answer, yes, we do, with amendments, which we hope to do at committee. However, she talks about a Shakespearean tragedy. This government's performance on the environment and on sustainability is a tragedy.
Yes. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague on the Environment Sustainable Development Committee for his speech, a little bit of which touched on the bill before us. It's a pleasure serving on the committee with him. We have a lot of fun together. We don't often agree, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a good time. I would like to hear from the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, given that his government actually shredded every federal environmental law that I worked for 40 years to develop, and given that the current Liberal government has broken its promise to move expeditiously to restore all of those shredded environmental laws, what does he think can be done to this bill that's before us to actually strengthen it? I know that there is a dilemma when there are certain changes that you want to make to bills, that there are limitations. I know that I wasn't on the committee yet when you reviewed the Sustainable Development Act, but I am well aware of what the report calls for. And it did call for some rather substantive changes to the bill, including shifting to a whole of government responsibility for reviewing whether or not all the departments and agencies are actually doing a sustainable development assessment of their policies, proposals, and laws. We know that the government is adding more government departments and agencies, but the commissioner is essentially saying that's a pointless exercise if you don't actually make them do those assessments and provide those to the ministers and to the cabinet. We note that the bill gives an option to the Treasury Board to provide direction on environmental impact of the proposals. But one of the main criticisms the Commissioner had of the current Act is that it's only limited to environment. It doesn't cover all the 17 sustainable development goals. So I wonder if the member could speak to what kind of reforms do you think is necessary to actually make the Sustainable Development Act deliver what it's supposed to?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank that member for her work on the committee. Yes, it's true. We seldom agree, but we do get along. And I would also note that that committee, in a parliament that can at times be quite fractious, especially with a majority government that likes to impose its will on the rest of the members in this House, I can tell you that at that committee, we do our best to achieve consensus. And out of the three reports that main reports that this committee has issued, 2 of them were consensus reports where we agreed unanimously on the recommendations. So I don't know why the member is now criticizing the the Act, because the Act does pick up on many of the themes that the report had raised, and it does it adequately. And I would note that, given the fact that the Minister and her performance have been roundly criticized in the Auditor General's report, the Commissioner's report, one has to ask, if we impose more obligations on the Minister, if she's incapable of complying with the current ones, how will she do so in the future? Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, hope runs eternal. It runs deep. So I'm hoping this government will make the changes that are required, reflected in that Auditor General's report, but the legislation before us does pick up on many of the recommendations that we made at committee, so we will be supporting it.
In comments, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has said that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. It seems like that they've gone hand in hand off the cliff since they took power. We're losing ground on both fronts, as the minister, as the member demonstrated in the report he talked about. We've seen this week showcase the disaster of this government's environmental policy. They've moved time allocation on a bill to prevent the export of energy off our west coast, and they've overseen regulatory changes that have led to the rejection of a pipeline for exporting our oil off the East Coast. The Minister for Democratic Reform said before the election that she wanted to, quote, landlock Alberta's tar sands. It seems like the government is, in fact, achieving that objective, and it's not going to help our environment, because it's just simply going to mean more opportunity and expansion for foreign oil with a worse environmental record, and that doesn't benefit the Canadian economy. So could the member share a little bit more about why he thinks this government is proceeding in this disastrous direction that's bad for our economy and that's bad for the environment?
Great question.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
That is a great question. In fact, we've wondered the same thing ourselves. I mentioned the small business tax. That's the first body blow that's been delivered by this Liberal government against small businesses. But now, this week, we find out that the Energy East project, which is a pipeline that would have connected Western oil in Canada to the East Coast so that we could be self-sufficient in oil, rather than importing from despot countries like Venezuela and Saudi Arabia and Nigeria and Algeria. Why wouldn't we want to supply our own oil for the needs that we have? And I thank the member for raising this, because it's another abject failure of this Liberal government. It goes on and on. Promise after promise, broken by this Prime Minister, broken by this Minister of Environment, broken by the Natural Resources Minister, who's waving at me, hoping he's going to get me off my game. Well, he's not going to get me off my game, Mr. Speaker. It's a disaster that's happening on the other side. And the media is finally picking up on that. So again, thank you for that question. I believe Canadians are looking for a change.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Abbotsford will have 3 minutes and 10 seconds when we return to this matter, and he'll have 3 minutes and 10 seconds worth of questions coming back to him when we retake this. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier, l'honorable député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, a great friend, mentor, and defender of Franco-Ontarian culture and the National Capital Region, left us suddenly last week after heart failure. Pierre was a man with a big heart, an even bigger personality, and who embraced the motto Carpe Diem. He was a manager in the Official Languages Commission for 12 years, and then he was Director General of the Association of Professional Executives of the Public Service of Canada. His greatest impact was his engagement in his community, his passion for social justice and human rights, and his interest in community development in the National Capital Region. He was co-founder of the Franco-Ontarian Festival, president of ACFO Ottawa, and a member of the Board of Governors of the University of Ottawa. Thank you, Pierre, for your contribution, your commitment, your remarkable work, and your joie de vivre. We will miss you. I give my condolences to his spouse, Deb Spur, his family, and his loved ones. Pierre, we will miss you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, consider two families. In one, a single income earner makes $75,000. In another, two income earners make $38,000 each. The family with a single income in this case pays more tax even though they are making less money. That's not fair. The government has tried to justify their unfair tax changes by claiming that the current rules give a mechanism for splitting income to some couples, a mechanism which does not exist for wage earners. But this difference is the result of a Liberal decision to do away with income splitting for parents in the first place. At the time of the last election, all parents could split their income, regardless of how they earned it. And that was fair. The Liberals are now using a situation that they created to justify their unfair tax changes. But families understand that income splitting is always fair because it reflects the reality that families share their income, and that families who earn the same income should pay the same amount of tax. If the government wants a fairer tax system, then they should bring back income splitting for all parents.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thrilled today to share a new social innovation from my constituency in Guelph. It's called Rotary Local Lager, a beer with a cause. The Rotary Club of Guelph and the Rotary Club of Peterborough have teamed up with Guelph's Wellington Brewery for a special brew that will help raise money for local and international causes. And soon, other Ontarians will be able to feel charitable about picking up a few Rotary local lagers, as 50 cents of each purchase will go to Rotary projects, including 10 cents that will go specifically to Rotary International water projects. This is an innovation that all Guelphites can be proud of, as the Rotary Club of Guelph said, is setting this world first for Rotary. The Rotary Local Lager has been described as a crisp, refreshing blonde, so besides feeling good about your purchase, I can tell you that it's going to taste good too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians consider their next beer purchase, I encourage them to select a beer with a cause, Rotary Local Lager. Cheers!
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, today thousands of men and women from Abitibi-Témiscamingue are preparing to head into the woods as hunting season begins. Moose hunting is an important activity in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and some 24,000 permits are granted every year. Many villages really depend on hunting and fishing. Last Saturday, I once again attended the Hunters' Mass in Moffat. This is a 35-year-old tradition, and it's an homage to nature. And it transforms the local church into a gathering place for hunters, and even for a few beavers and moose. There are also a number of children preparing for their first hunting experience, an experience that I hope will leave them with an appreciation of this noble activity, which has been part of a tradition for First Nations people of this country for millennia. So I'd like to take this opportunity to wish all hunters a happy hunting season, a safe and enjoyable experience in the forest, and of course I'd like to remind everyone that you should never mix alcohol with firearms. I invite all hunters to use their eagle eye and to aim carefully, because maybe you can kill 2 moose with 1 shot.
For Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a member of my Mississauga Centre Youth Council. Alice Jung volunteers with the Association in Defense of the Wrongly Convicted. When I first met Alice, she told me that in 2014, 80 organizations from several countries came together to support the creation of the International Wrongful Conviction Day. Wrongful Conviction Day is designated to recognize the tremendous personal, social, and legal costs associated with wrongful criminal convictions. It is also devoted to educate the public on the causes, consequences, and complications associated with wrongful convictions. Several jurisdictions have already proclaimed October 2nd as Wrongful Conviction Day. Alice organized a petition that calls on Parliament to do the same. Mr. Speaker, our justice system occasionally makes mistakes. We need to acknowledge that. And with Alice's energy and passion, I look forward to a day where we no longer have wrongful conviction of innocence.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, it is with deep sadness that I rise to pay tribute to a Saskatoon Grasswood constituent, Mr. Bruce Gordon, who passed away just last Friday. Bruce served and protected our community for 28 and a half years with the Saskatoon Police Service. Upon his retirement, he attended the University of Saskatchewan and the College of Law, where he received a law degree. Bruce was an outstanding volunteer and has given much of his time to many organizations. Bruce also was a former captain of the Saskatoon Blades hockey organization. He actually dropped the puck for the home opener on September 22nd. He was also an Ironman. heavily involved in the CrossFit community. Just days after Bruce officially became a lawyer, he was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Recently, hundreds of people filled the city's Avalon Park to take part in an event named Be Like Bruce, which was organized by the CrossFit community. To his wife, Chris, and his family, my deepest condolences.
The honourable member for Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The work of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is one of the most critical issues facing Canada today. That's why I'm so pleased to sponsor my summer intern Miriam Manna's e-petition. Miriam worked with local Indigenous leader Stephen Paquette to develop a petition to redesign the Canadian Citizenship Guide and Exam to acknowledge Indigenous treaty rights, require applicants to answer a question about the traditional territories where they may currently inhabit, and educate new Canadians on residential schools and the legacy of colonialism. The petition has already garnered tremendous support not only in my riding of Oakville North Burlington, but across Canada. The e-petition is open until December 15th and can be found by searching petition 1228 on petitions.ourcommons.ca. I encourage all Canadians to support this petition as we continue on the road to reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have a message of encouragement to the youngest members of the Bay of Quinte area. When we are young, it can be hard to find ways to be heard and connect with others who share our unique vision of the world. However, your insights and fresh perspectives are the world's best hope for the future. I have witnessed firsthand the energy, passion, and commitment of young people in this country and continue to be inspired. I'm especially proud of the Bay of Quinte region for organizing their first ever Youth Summit held this past Friday. The Youth to Youth Summit succeeded in engaging over 150 young people with local dignitaries, community agencies, and business professionals on issues of priority to our region. Youth Summit members are ready to make positive differences in our community by stepping up their involvement. We have a lot to learn from the youth of today. I encourage all young Canadians to help us find solutions and dismantle roadblocks that hinder forward momentum or positive change in your lives and lives of others. Continue to dream big, speak up, and be the agents of change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it's with great emotion that I would like to pay tribute to an exceptional man who left us too soon, my friend, Michel Bourget. We became friends over 30 years ago. Over the years, through his art and his passion for photography, he immortalized many unique, magical, and precious moments and captured family portraits for hundreds of families in the region of Quebec. A master photographer who ran his own studio from 1978 onwards, he was a role model as an artist and a mentor for aspiring photographers throughout the region. On behalf of my entire family, I'd like to offer my condolences to Muriel, his wife, and also to his children, Sonia, Dominique, Claudine, and their spouses and children. Michel was a loving husband and a very devoted father and grandfather. He captured so many of our fondest memories, and now it's our turn to keep our memory of him in our hearts. Rest in peace, my friend.
The
honourable member for Fredericton.
A teacher, a mentor, and a supporter of everything positive and everything right, Brian Carty was remembered by his sons as a friend to anyone when they needed one. Brian passed away peacefully on September 26th following a car accident 3 days earlier. The Fredericton community and his students and fellow faculty and staff at St. Thomas University, where he taught in the School of Social Work, mourn the loss of his uplifting personality and his big laugh and smile. Brian also worked as an employment counselor and volunteered with Canada World Youth, YMYWCA, and the Fredericton Community Living Society. He loved music and shared it at every opportunity. An ardent supporter of the Harvest Jazz and Blues Festival, he could be found every year front left stage wearing his iconic purple vest. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his sons Alexander and Ian, partner Anne, mother June, siblings John, Wendy, and David, their families, and all those who loved him dearly.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, Every day I'm impressed by the youth in my riding. They're smart, diverse, talented, and hopeful, but far too often they struggle to find work. And so we did something about it. I got on the phone with our local partners, including Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Employment and Social Services, HoC, the Lion Network, and the Career Foundation, and together we put on an amazing hiring event. We pulled employers from financing to tech to government and social services. We had CV workshops, coaching, and on-site interviews. And at the end of it, I'm proud to say that we successfully connected 35 exceptional young people with employers. They're now one step further on their career path.
This event was a response to discussions that I had with young professionals in my riding who come from priority communities. I'd also like to particularly thank Minister Haidu.
The Career Foundation will be receiving nearly $1.7 million over 2 years so that they can continue their excellent work. Mr. Speaker, I will continue working hard on initiatives like this so that every single young person in my riding who wants a good job has one.
I just want to remind the honourable members that even during statements we're not allowed to mention other members' names. We mention them by their position or their riding. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as Thanksgiving approaches, we are reminded of everything we have to be thankful for as Canadians. This past Saturday, I was saddened and outraged to hear of the cowardly terrorist attack that took place in my hometown of Edmonton, leaving 5 people injured, including an Edmonton police officer. As the city still struggles to come to terms with this attack and our freedom and way of life, I was touched to see that one of the victims on Saturday's attack, Constable Michael Chernick, was honored by the Edmonton Oilers on Wednesday evening. Mr. Speaker, I think I can speak for everyone in this House when I say terrorist ideologies have no place in our great country. As we pause this weekend, I encourage everyone to thank our courageous first responders and all those involved in stopping the suspect. From my family to yours, happy Thanksgiving.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
In my riding of Parkdale High Park, residents are concerned about how to travel to work or school in a way that's quick and environmentally sound. My constituents have told me that any strategy to reduce gridlock and our dependence on cars must include investments in public transit and active transport. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree, because these kinds of investments not only get people moving, they reduce GHG emissions and contribute to healthier living. Mr. Speaker, the advocacy of my constituents has paid off. We're investing billions in transit, including in Toronto, $500 million for TTC repair and $333 million in the Finch West Light Rail. Millions nationally are also going to support active transport. In Parkdale High Park, this means the expansion of the Western Rail Path cycling route. It also means the creation of 50 new bike share stations, 7 new stations right in my riding. So I have a challenge for the good folks of Roncesvalles, High Park, Bloor West, Parkdale, Dundas West, and Storen Park. Next time you're thinking about a commute, leave the car at home and hop on a bike share. In Toronto, you'll probably reach your destination faster, and your doctor and our planet will thank you for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Windsor-Tecumseh and surrounding Windsor and Essex County is, of course, well known for our expertise in the auto industry. So it's no wonder that we appreciate the small gears that turn our big gears of the economy. Yes, I'm talking about our vibrant entrepreneurial innovation and small business. From Walkerville, Riverside, Pillette Village, Ford City, and the Tecumseh business areas to the Windsor-Essex Development Commission and the Chamber of Commerce. Wherever you'll go, you'll find a supportive entrepreneurial spirit for small and medium-sized businesses, providing jobs, growth, and development within our communities. Restaurants, artisans, craftspeople, shop owners, service providers of every imaginable kind add value to our communities that go well beyond the economic. I'm proud to salute these important members of our community, just as I'm proud to belong to a caucus that recognizes the vital role they play in helping to provide prosperity for all of us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Miracle Marnie Foundation is a new organization that seeks to increase funding for childhood cancer research. It's named after the brave Marnie Genioli and was founded by her father, Thomas. At 2 years old, Marnie was diagnosed with one of the rarest and least understood cancers in the world, embryonal tumors with multi-layer rosettes. Since then, she's been through 3 tumor removal surgeries, 3 months of chemo, and 3 stem cell transplants in Toronto, and 33 painful rounds of radiation at CHEO here in Ottawa. But only 4% of cancer research funding makes its way to childhood cancer treatment and research. Thomas and the Miracle Marnie Foundation want to change that because 4% is not enough for our children. They are asking for a meeting with the Minister of Health. I look forward to bringing Thomas and Marnie to meet with the Minister of Health to discuss how we can work together to fight all forms of childhood cancer so that children like Marnie will suffer no more. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity today, as we're about to leave Ottawa for Thanksgiving weekend, to wish all Canadians and all my friends and colleagues from both sides of the aisle a very happy Thanksgiving. It's an opportunity to rejoice with family and friends, and also to take some time to give thanks for the blessings that we've received in the past year. It's
also an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to think of those who are less fortunate, those who have suffered and those who are suffering. Given the tragedies that our brothers and sisters in Edmonton have experienced recently, as well as our American friends, as we prepare to go home and give thanks, I want to include those people in my thoughts and prayers, along with everyone else that life has made to suffer in the last year.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister claimed the Energy East was cancelled because oil prices dropped. I have the letter here from TransCanada, the project's sponsor. It doesn't mention a word about oil prices, but it does say, quote, notwithstanding these efforts, there remains a substantial uncertainty around the scope, timing, and costs associated with the regulatory review of the projects. After completing its review of these factors, and the associated costs and implicated with the regulatory process, they decided to withdraw the project. Did the Prime Minister not know that the reason that the project was cancelled was because of his regulatory obstacles? Or did he know, and did he mislead the House?
The Honourable Minister of the Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, there has been all kinds of commentary over the last 24 hours. And some of the commentary includes this comment by the C.D. Howe Institute: basic economics, not regulation, ended the Energy East pipeline, dethroned by the simple loss of its business case by the decline in global oil prices since 2014. Terence Corcoran, writing in the National Post this morning, said that economic realities killed the Energy East.
Before we go on to the Honourable Member for Carleton for the next question, I just want to remind the Honourable Members that I'm as interested in hearing the questions as I am the answers. And with the chatter going back, I'll call it chatter, going back and forth, I'm having a hard time. So if you can just take into consideration the Speaker's feelings and allow him to hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, this is what the company says. The existing and likely future delays resulting from the regulatory process, the associated costs, implications, and the increasingly challenging issues and obstacles facing the project has led the applicant to not proceed further with the project. That's the company. Now, the Honourable Member said yesterday, we won, they lost. Well, you know who won? The dictators in Saudi Arabia and Venezuela, who will continue to flood Canadian markets with their oil, but Canadian workers lost. Why is it that this government is on the side of foreign dictators and not Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit perplexed by this line of questioning. What does that imply? That there should not be a made-in-Canada regulatory process? That environmental standards should not be part of the Canadian regulatory position? That Indigenous partnership and meaningful consultation and accommodation should not be a part of the Canadian system? And by the way, why don't we talk about all the jobs that have been created by the pipelines approved by this government? Why don't we talk about Evraz in Regina, creating all of that steel to service those pipelines?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government refused to answer whether or not the finance minister has been involved in discussions around the tax haven in Barbados. We learned this week through filings that had been quietly made by the company Morneau Chappelle that the finance minister's billion-dollar family business has set up a subsidiary in that tax haven, meaning that his company will only pay 2.5% tax on monies that are earned there, while small businesses will pay tax rates as high as 73% under the unfair Liberal tax changes. So, I ask again, has the finance minister absented himself from any discussions related to the tax haven in Barbados?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable
National Revenue
Minister. We are taking action to fight tax avoidance and evasion. A historic amount of $1 billion from the past two budgets have shown the importance that we place on dealing with aggressive tax avoidance and tax evasion. Our plan is yielding results. We are on the right track to recover nearly $25 billion, Mr. Speaker. There have been 627 cases transferred to criminal investigation, 268 warrants conducted, 78 convictions. Let me be clear. The net is tightening.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. It's crazy what we've heard over the past week when each time that the member for Carleton has repeated that the Minister of Finance's company had a subsidiary in Barbados, which is a tax haven. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker, because the Minister has taken steps to take $250 million out of the pockets of Canadians. So the question is a very clear one. Will light be shed on this situation? Will the Minister of Finance step aside from these discussions when they took place? The Honourable Minister, the government is committed to deal with people committing tax fraud and to take legal action. I'm proud of the leadership that we have taken internationally, Mr. Speaker. Our cooperation between various administrations with the exchange of tax information is an integral part of our system. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Now, twice the Minister has repeated the same answer, but the question is a clear one, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about Morneau Chappelle and the Minister of Finance. Never in her answer does she refer to either. Does the Minister, for whom I have a great deal of respect, understand that it's important to shed light on the situation? Will she conduct an investigation to determine whether the Minister of Finance stepped aside when the issue of Morneau Chappelle and the tax haven were discussed? Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by the question from our colleagues opposite who were in government for 10 years, and according to a former minister, they didn't make it a priority at the time. They didn't make tax avoidance and tax evasion a priority. Our government has put almost $1 billion into this, dealing with this issue, and we're on the road to recovering nearly $25 billion. We are working for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, unlike our colleagues opposite.
Député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Mr. Speaker, 8 months after Canada was found liable for failing to protect survivors of the 60s scoop from losing their cultural identity, the Liberals are finally settling with survivors. Unfortunately, a lot of work is still needed. Survivors have said that money alone cannot compensate for what they lost. So will the government learn from this lesson and stop fighting First Nations children, for instance, or settle other outstanding claims like the experimental Eskimos?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question and his ongoing advocacy for Indigenous children across this country. I think this morning to have the agreement in principle is an important first step. We have lots more work to do to be able to make sure that all childhood litigation is dealt with at the table with reasonable settlements, but we also want to work with the member to make sure that with the Minister of Indigenous Services that the present child welfare system is totally overhauled so that children are not removed from their communities.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Mr. Speaker, on this very subject this morning, The minister said,
Thinking. Mais justement,
I don't know what people were thinking, so I'd like to ask her, because unfortunately discrimination continues against Indigenous children as we speak, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are not complying with three orders from the Human Rights Tribunal. Will the government withdraw from this 60s scoop? Will the government put an end to systemic discrimination against Indigenous children?
Indigenous relations. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased as the Minister of Indigenous Services to address this issue and to speak in agreement with my colleague about the absolute necessity of making sure that we attain equity for children. Every child in this country should be able to grow up knowing that they can live with their family, live in a house that is adequate, have access to a good quality education and health care. We are working with our partners to make sure that we bring equity and justice so that every Canadian child will know that they will grow up having real and fair opportunities to thrive.
The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. This morning, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons received the Nobel Peace Prize for its work promoting a ban on nuclear weapons. Thanks to their efforts, nuclear weapons are illegal. More than 120 countries approved the treaty ban, but Canada still remains on the sidelines. Earlier this spring, the government voted against our motion, urging it to participate in a ban on nuclear weapons. When will Canada be signing it?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our objective is nuclear disarmament, and we are taking necessary steps to address the treaty. It was negotiated without the holders of nuclear weapons, so it will not eliminate any nuclear weapons. Bear in mind that in 2016, Canada brought together 169 states to adopt a resolution on fissile materials. These are concrete steps, and this is what we are doing as Canadians.
Liberal government's excuses for not signing the nuclear ban treaty are ridiculous, and they know it. Canada's absence at the nuclear ban negotiations was shameful. This is a crucial moment. At what point will this government stop taking its instructions from nuclear powers like the United States and start recognizing what the Nobel Committee and most of the world already know, that nuclear weapons are illegal? When will Canada grow a spine and sign the treaty?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government remains committed to seeing a world free from nuclear weapons, and global disarmament is certainly our goal. The UN treaty that was negotiated was done so without the participation of nuclear weapon states, meaning that it will not disarm a single nuclear weapon. Our position is the same as our NATO allies, such as Germany and Norway. And remember, in 2016, Canada rallied 159 states to help pass a treaty to see a fissile material cutoff. This is real and concrete work, and I hope the member opposite will support us in that effort.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Finance Minister is looking forward to a relaxing Thanksgiving weekend at some fancy location while he ponders all of the tax savings he's getting with his family fortune being sheltered in the Barbados. I'm also certain my local farmers and local small business owners will not be so relaxed. They are worried sick because of these tax changes, unanswered questions and uncertainty. How can the Finance Minister protect his own family fortune while people are being taxed, people who are creating jobs and who are the middle class? Does the Finance Minister not understand how hypocritical these tax changes are?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are honouring a commitment we made to the middle class Canadians to bring more fairness to the tax system. We are a government that listens and consults. We listen to farmers from across the country. And I can reassure my colleague, and I invite her to reassure farmers in her riding, that we will always stand behind Canadian farmers. We want to ensure that the model of the family farm is preserved and maintained, and we will ensure that farms that employ family members can continue to do so. We are here to support small and medium-sized businesses, farmers, and we want to better tax fairness.
Leader.
Well, unfortunately, my farmers, our farmers, are not reassured. That's because the finance minister has been sitting in his ivory tower for the last 2 months, dismissing and demeaning Canadians' real concerns. How cold-hearted the Liberals have become. All because they need more money for their out-of-control spending. Ahead of Thanksgiving, Mr. Speaker, can the Finance Minister please give hardworking businesses, hardworking small businesses and farmers some good news and tell them that they have abandoned this cold-hearted, mean-spirited, hypocritical tax grab?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if we want good news for Canadians, for business owners, it's 400,000 jobs we've created in the last 2 years. It's the fastest growth in GDP in the last 15 years. That's because we've had a plan from the get-go that's working. We're helping the middle class, we're helping small business owners, and we'll keep at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lovinière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's finance motto is do as I say, not as I do. He's taxing small businesses in Canada, but placing profits from his family fortune in a tax haven in Barbados. What nerve! Mr. Speaker, it's as the Minister of National Revenue said, the net is tightening. On Morneau-Chapelle, can the Minister of National Revenue confirm that she will open an investigation into the personal ties of the Minister of Finance with the tax havens? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance withdrew from the corporation before entering politics, and he is in full compliance. If the member wants to talk about the minister, I can say that I'm very proud to work for a Minister of Finance who believes it's important to decrease inequities in the system, who is taking action due to the lack of action by the Harper government. I'm very proud to work for this minister who has reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians, who came out with a benefit for children to lift 300,000 children out of poverty. I'm proud of that.
April and her family own a trucking business within my riding in Alberta. They have 4 children who have worked for the company since they could walk. Their older sons drive truck full-time, their daughters work in the office, and the youngest helps clean up the trucks. While saving a little money here and there, they've managed to put aside some university savings for the children. But now the Liberals' tax changes are actually putting this under threat. Yep. How is it fair that Morneau-Chapelle can use a Barbados company in order to avoid taxes? Meanwhile, the finance minister robs university savings from April's daughters in order to pay for the Liberals' out-of-control spending. How's that fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure my colleague that we listen to Canadians. We are going to be putting forth proposals for tax fairness to put more fairness in the system. We will ensure that we're going to do things right to keep a climate that is good for our businesses. We want to avoid extra burdens, fiscal burdens. We will focus on ensuring that intergenerational transfers are not affected. We will continue to work for greater tax fairness in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Murray and Lorraine, in my riding of Bow River, say they couldn't afford to both keep the family farm operation and contribute to RSPs, so they plan to use their farmland as a retirement income. They want to know why the Liberals have, as they put it, changed the rules at the end of our game and jeopardized their retirement plans. Well, the finance minister's family fortune and Barbados operation won't even be touched. How is that possibly fair to Murray and Lorraine?
It's not. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure the member, we've always mentioned it, we've always said it, our intention is for these changes not to be retroactive. We have listened to Canadians from coast, to farmers, to fishers, and the guiding principles as we review the comments that we've heard from Canadians is to make sure that we keep supporting small businesses, keep a low tax rate for small businesses, make sure that we support the family farm model, which we've always supported, so that intergenerational transfer is not impacted, that family members can continue to work on the farm. We'll always stand behind our entrepreneur. We'll always stand behind farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chambers of Commerce in the country and accountants agree this infamous tax reform is unacceptable and counterproductive for entrepreneurs. Jobs in the middle class will be lost, Mr. Speaker, and companies will be taxed at a rate of 73%. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, the company held by the Minister of Finance, Morneau Chappelle, as well as the Prime Minister's trust won't be affected. Will this government stop mocking the middle class and stop stifling SMEs which create jobs in this country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We put forth proposals for greater tax fairness because there are some inequities that currently exist. For some Canadians, the most wealthy, it's possible to have access to advantages that the vast majority the citizens we represent don't have access to. And that is what we are addressing, greater fairness and tax fairness for the middle class.
Senich Suk.
From Jack Layton to Jagmeet Singh, New Democrats have always stood firmly against Canada joining the U.S. ballistic missile defense system. It's an extremely expensive system, yet still unreliable, and its continued expansion risks launching a new global nuclear arms race. On Wednesday, the Conservatives called on the government to change their position and join the American ballistic missile defense system. So far, the Liberals have only said they're not ruling it out. So will the Liberals stand with New Democrats today on the side of peace and disarmament, or will they adopt the reckless and dangerous policy of the Conservatives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. The security of Canadians and defence of North America are of the utmost importance for the Canadian forces and for our government. Our new defence policy acknowledges the threat of ballistic missiles and the need to work closely with our ally, the U.S., to face the threats we face. As part of NORAD modernization, we intend to take a look at the threats facing North America in all areas. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, seasonal workers in New Brunswick are very worried about the arrival of winter because the Liberals have abandoned their promise to fix the problem of the EI black hole. Workers and their families could end up in the middle of the cold winter with no income. What did the Liberals say? Well, cross your fingers and hope the unemployment rate will increase so that you can qualify. That's a ridiculous way to think. When will the Liberals show some sense, common sense, and respect their promise to fix this problem with the black hole once and for all?
Carry to the Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians get the support when they need it from the EI system. That's why we've put in a series of changes to make access to the benefits much faster. We have also made changes to make sure that people who are in gapped employment or working seasonally can work and receive benefits in an appropriate way so they get the benefits and the support they need to participate in the economy. We will continue to work with stakeholders to fine-tune solutions. One of the challenges we have is a good one. With a buoyant economy, with thousands of more new jobs, EI premiums are changing as their benefits, but we're working very hard to make sure seasonal employees are treated properly.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I hosted a town hall meeting in my riding Tuesday evening that was attended by over 120 people. Two of the attendees were a senior couple who own 220 acres of land that they cash crop. One of their three sons, who lives here in Ottawa, wants to buy the farm to earn income to subsidize the money that he earns as a self-employed filmmaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Liberals can explain how it is fair that selling their farm to their son would cost them significantly more than if they sold it to a multinational corporation, say like McCain's.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, our government acknowledges the importance of farmers for our economy, and that's why we want to ensure to take the appropriate steps. I participated on working on this file. We listened to farmers and met with agricultural stakeholders. I can assure you that we will take into account all points of view in our plan before putting it forward.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario farmer Mark Wales wants to know why under the new tax rules it wouldn't make financial sense for a farmer to sell to his own children as opposed to an unrelated third party. Mr. Speaker, these Liberal changes are a direct attack on the family farm and future generations of farmers like those in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. Mr. Speaker, how is that fair when the finance minister's family company in Barbados is left untouched.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. We've always said it, and as we review the comments we've received from Canadians, we want to make sure that intergenerational transfers of businesses or of farms are not impacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this week Canadians were dealt two major body blows. First, the Liberals shut the door on further consultations on their cold-hearted, mean-spirited project to bash Canadian jobs and middle-class Canadians. Then a second body blow, the $15 billion Energy East pipeline, with 15,000 middle-class jobs cancelled due to Liberal interference in the environmental review process. So, Mr. Speaker, why have the Liberals abandoned middle-class Canadians?
Yeah, why?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member has asked the question because it gives me a chance to remind him of the economic activity and the jobs that have been created by pipeline approvals over the last 2 years. Actually, more than 22,000 jobs have been created, and many of them, by the way, in his own province of British Columbia and really across the Southern Prairie. And it's also important to remember that steel will come from a company that's headquartered in Regina. So the combination of job creation, economic development, and good jobs for the people of Western Canada.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, the Finance Minister has been artfully dodging questions about his own foreign tax shelters. Turns out that exactly a year ago, his billion-dollar company, Morneau Chappelle, was registered in Barbados, where he only pays tax of 2.5%. Yet he's asking Canadian small businesses to pay tax at a rate of 73%. How do you spell hypocrisy? Again, to the artful dodger himself, can he tell this House whether any of his proposed tax increases will actually apply to him?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the Minister withdrew from the company before assuming his role. He has always been transparent and fully compliant. I want to reassure the member opposite that we will always stand behind our entrepreneurs. We've kept taxes the lowest in the G7. We know that entrepreneurs contribute to the prosperity of this country. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, there are some inequities that need addressing. We made a commitment to the middle-class Canadians to fix the tax system. We're reviewing the comments that we received from across the country.
And Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, caribou are an iconic Canadian species, but to survive, they need an intact ecosystem. In addition, many Indigenous communities rely on the caribou to survive. A 2015 federal assessment found that 81% of remaining woodland caribou are in decline and projected to fall another 30%. The key identified reason for the decline is a loss of habitat to forestry, to energy development and wildfires. Can the Minister advise when range plans for protection of caribou habitat will be publicly released?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. We are absolutely committed to working with provinces, territories and Indigenous peoples on the protection and recovery of Canada's species at risk, including caribou, in a timely manner with robust recovery plans based on the best available science and traditional knowledge. We are working with provinces and territories on the range-specific plans for boreal caribou by October 2017 deadline. This was agreed upon by all parties as laid out in the 2012 Boreal Caribou Recovery Strategy.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the generalized mistrust of Canadians towards our security agencies is a direct consequence of the lack of real-time oversight and accountability. The government was brought before the court by environmental activist groups that accuse it of spying. Even Citizens Watchdog failed in its task by rejecting the complaint and imposing total secrecy on the matter.
C-59 does nothing to fix these problems but pay lip service to them. So when will the minister truly take steps to bring in real-time oversight, fix these problems, limit CSIS's excessive powers, and truly protect Canadians' rights to peaceful protest?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the details of Bill C-59 have been examined by the most eminent experts in the field. And every single one of them has said that this represents a major step forward in terms of transparency, scrutiny, and accountability, and including real-time oversight in the creation for the first time of the Office of the Intelligence Commissioner that will examine activities of security agencies before the activity is undertaken, as well as having them reviewed afterward.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the 60 Scoop is a dark and painful chapter of Canada's history. Concluding an agreement is an essential step towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Among the considerable harms experienced, there's the loss of language and culture for those who were taken. Can the Minister update this House on the efforts made to come to a national solution? The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Crown Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this morning I was very proud to announce that an agreement in principle was concluded. This is an important step for resolving this litigation. We are resolving these matters as well as other collective legal proceedings similar to this one. Even though this does not conclude the chapter of the 60 Scoop, we are committing to dealing with harms that were committed in the past.
Lakes Brook.
Mr. Speaker, the cancellation of the Energy East project is just another example of Liberal meddling. By changing the rules mid-process, the Liberals are telling Canadians, don't buy Canadian oil, buy from foreign dictatorships like Algeria and Venezuela. Much better. When will these Liberals stand up for Canadians and not foreign despots?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The Government of Canada did not change the rules. The principles that we announced in January of 2016 would have been exactly the same rules that would have applied to Energy East. And the principles that we used to make decisions in the case of the Trans Mountain expansion and the Enbridge Line 3 led to approvals that will create thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of economic activity, particularly for Western Canada.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brook.
Mr. Speaker, first, the $35 billion Pacific Northwest LNG project, cancelled. Then, the $5.4 billion Northern Gateway Pipeline, cancelled. Then, Nexen's Aurora LNG project, cancelled. Now, the $15.7 billion Energy East project, cancelled. Enough is enough. Changing the rules midstream is not right. The Liberals are sending a message to investors that Canada is a hostile place to invest. Why are the Liberals supporting foreign oil dependency while discouraging investment right here in Canada? Enough is enough.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Nova Gas Pipeline, 3,000 jobs, approved. Line 3 replacement project, 7,000 jobs, approved. Trans Mountain expansion pipeline, 15,440 jobs, approved. Support for the Keystone XL pipeline, 6,440 jobs. That is an impressive total of job creation and economic activity. We're very proud of that accomplishment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, Energy East is dead because of the Liberals, and they are celebrating it. They say they want to help the middle class, but this job-creating project has been killed. The company said that after serious analysis and new regulations, we are abandoning this project. Mr. Speaker, how can the government be so proud of a project being abandoned that would have been good for the middle class and created jobs in Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, all throughout the country? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Of a project abandoned. We're happy that we're creating jobs in the energy sector. And we understand that the energy sector is a driving force in the Canadian economy, and that the natural resource sectors, forestry, mining, oil and gas, have been fundamental to the building of the Canadian economy and will continue to be. If we don't have a regulatory process that carries the confidence of Canadians, on the three pillars of economic growth, environmental stewardship, and Indigenous participation, our history would be the same as the sorry history of the Harper government. We can do better. We are doing better.
The honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday TransCanada announced the cancellation of the Energy East pipeline, to the dismay of my constituents in Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Energy East was expected to create thousands of jobs, many of which would have been in Moosomin. Now, due to the Prime Minister's blatant lack of support for the Canadian energy sector, this pipeline has been cancelled and hundreds of job opportunities have disappeared overnight. When will the Prime Minister apologize to the people of Moosomin for his failure to champion this job-creating project?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Enbridge Line 3 project goes right by Moosomin. More jobs will be created. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, but Evraz will be producing hundreds of kilometers of steel to support these projects. Why don't members opposite join us on this side of the House in our support for a dynamic energy industry for Canada?
The honourable member for... I'm sure the minister appreciates the coaching that he's getting from the other side, but it's preventing me from hearing the next question from the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh. I'll let her proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My office has received numerous calls from persons living with disabilities and their advocates expressing their serious concern over the delays in the government's plan to table a new Accessibility Act. I'm sure the new minister would agree that Canadians have waited long enough for comprehensive legislation. When will this minister provide the public with a clear timeline for when Canadians with disabilities can finally see this government table the Accessibility Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague for her involvement in this file. The government has made commitments towards handicapped persons to tabling this law. That was part of the mandate letter from the Prime Minister. We consulted nearly 6,000 Canadians throughout the country. The conclusions will enlighten this new law. It's being developed quickly, and it will be tabled soon.
I invite my colleague to work with me on this file in the future. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
We owe an enormous debt to our nation's veterans, and the men and women who have served our country deserve our gratitude. That's why Canadians set up a network of veterans hospitals, including George Derby Veterans Hospital in Burnaby, BC. But changes in the funding model have meant reductions in funding, and this is profoundly hurting veterans and seniors at George Derby. So will the minister come and meet with the residents and their families at George Derby? And will the government end the funding crisis so that veterans get the care that they so richly deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
The member brings up a very specific case, which I am not fully briefed on or aware, but I will tell him I would be happy to meet with any concerned veterans and their families at any time. So I will work with his office, Mr. Speaker, to make that happen. In the meantime, on the issue of funding for our veterans, we have so far put some $7 billion into funding for our veterans and their families. And I'm very proud yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that we had the opportunity to deal with a joint suicide prevention strategy that brought together all parts of our armed forces, the Department of National Defence and Veterans Affairs, to help our veterans and their families with a doc.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yesterday, TransCanada announced that they had had enough of Canada's, quote, unwelcome policy environment and uncertain approval process and cancelled the Energy East pipeline project. This will cost Canada thousands of jobs and billions of dollars. One expert said that there is, quote, something deeply dysfunctional in Canada, forcing companies to look elsewhere to invest. Why do the Liberals continue to make decisions that hurt Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We continue to make decisions that recognize the importance of the energy sector in Canada, particularly in Western Canada. And we were very pleased to make the determination that the Trans Mountain expansion was in the national interest because of the 15,440 jobs that it creates. Because of the expansion of export markets, we're not comfortable sending 99% of our exports of oil and gas to the United States. We have opened up now the Asian market, and we also understand the importance that environmental stewardship, Indigenous participation, and economic growth.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, TransCanada was forced to abandon Energy East after this Liberal government changed the rules halfway through the game. So foreign oil wins, and who loses? Canadians. And Canadians lose big, Mr. Speaker. $56 billion in energy projects that have been cancelled thanks to Liberal incompetence. Why are the Liberals punishing Canada's energy sector and the thousands of middle-class jobs who depend on it?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, I'm very glad to know that the member from Saskatoon is interested in job creation, and he also will know that there have been thousands of jobs created in Saskatchewan by decisions that have been taken by this government. He will also know that Evraz, which is the producer of hundreds of kilometers of steel that will go into these pipes, is giving additional employment opportunity for people in his own province. I invite the member to join with us in our support for the energy workers right across the West, including in Saskatchewan.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, Canada produces some of the most environmentally and socially responsible oil in the world. But now this Liberal government is making it easier to purchase oil in Saudi Arabia than it is to produce it and purchase it in Western Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals admit that their politically driven changes to the National Energy Board are driving investment out of this country and only deepens our dependence on more foreign oil?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, my fellow Manitoban knows that there are jobs being created in our own province, that the approval of the Enbridge Line 3 expansion will create many jobs, I'm sure also in his own riding of Brandon. And he knows that the economic activity that will come from these pipeline approvals will...
Just one second. 1 second. I'm sure the minister appreciates the help he's getting, but I think he's answering the question on his own. So if we can just hear it down, then I'll be able to hear it as well. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very happy to have approved pipelines creating important jobs in the energy sector in Western Canada. We believe that natural resources continue to be a major driver of the Canadian economy. Job creation, investment in our communities is exactly, I think, a combined goal of all members who sit in this House.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the Prime Minister, along with a number of ministers of the Crown, travelled to Iqaluit to launch the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee with the leadership from the Inuit Nunangat. The committee's intent is to advance the shared priorities of Inuit and the Government of Canada, including the high incidence of tuberculosis in the Inuit population.
Will the Minister of Indigenous Services update this House on work accomplished up until now through a partnership with the Inuit?
Mr. Speaker, permit me to thank the member from Don Valley East for her very important question. As a member of the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee, I was very pleased yesterday to join in an announcement that we will be establishing a task force for the elimination of tuberculosis in Inuit Nunangat. That will be the mandate of this important task force. Mr. Speaker, it's simply intolerable and tragic that the rate of tuberculosis in Canada's Inuit is 270 times the rate that it is in the Canadian-born non-Indigenous population. That is why we are going to take bold action. We will be working with partners amongst Canada's Inuit leaders, provinces and territories, and we will work together to eliminate tuberculosis in Inuit.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Manny Rosario, a small business owner in Oshawa, employs 55 people and makes major investments in our community. Enterprise Air was planning, and I say was planning, the first daily scheduled charter service into Oshawa from Buffalo. Now that the Public Safety Minister is closing down our local CBSA office without any prior consultation, it's going to make this much more difficult. With the Liberal small business tax increase and with our local CBSA office closing, the Liberals seem fixated on making communities like mine less competitive. Mr. Speaker, how is that fair?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, CBSA makes decisions with respect to the distribution of their business services across the country according to a business plan that reflects the activity in the areas where the offices are located. And if there is a need for consultation and engagement, I would be happy to make sure that that is provided.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, prior to entering politics, I spent 32 years working in national parks and national historic sites for Parks Canada. During that time, I saw firsthand the dedication of Parks Canada staff in both good times and bad. With the recent wildfires in Western Canada, Parks Canada experienced its most significant environmental emergency in the agency's history at Waterton Lakes National Park. Could the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please update this House on how Parks Canada managed the incident and the next steps?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank the member for Cloverdale Langley City for his question and for his long service with Parks Canada. Our thoughts are with those impacted by the Keno fire, which caused significant damage to the Waterton Lakes National Park. I'm very pleased to report that thanks to extensive preparation and planning and a focused response from Parks Canada, the damage to the town site was limited and there were no human casualties. I'd like to thank our Parks Canada's world-class firefighters, local firefighters, and emergency workers, and commend all of our park staff under the leadership of Superintendent Ivan Thomas for their superb management of this very difficult situation.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the crisis facing Rohingya people in Burma, which we consider a genocide, continues, but action at the UN Security Council is being blocked by China. This is tragic, but it's not much of a surprise given the treatment of minorities in China, be they Christian, Tibetan Buddhist, Uyghur Muslim, or Falun Gong. This government has talked about its desire to engage China. So has the minister spoken to her Chinese counterpart about the Rohingya crisis, or is this another case where they are ignoring human rights to appease the Chinese state?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The responsibility for ending the persecution of the Rohingya falls squarely upon the shoulders of the Commander-in-Chief, the military leadership in Myanmar, and Aung San Suu Kyi. On Saturday, September 30th, the minister spoke directly with the Commander-in-Chief. The minister said to him directly that violators of human rights must be held to account, humanitarian access to the region must be permitted, and that the Annan report must be implemented. And on Monday, Canada's ambassador to Myanmar joined 50 other foreign representatives for a visit to the Rakhine state so they could see firsthand what is happening.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, remember that last winter, a Rio Tinto ship was stuck in the ice because of the sad state of federal icebreakers. This week, an internal report revealed that the situation this winter is such that it could threaten Quebec's port activity. Thousands of jobs, billions of dollars in economic spin-offs, and nothing's moving within the government. Davy is offering to lease icebreakers as part of the Resolute project. Is the government going to finally act, or is it also stuck in the ice?
Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity, and in fact I've had the privilege to meet with our men and women from the Canadian Coast Guard from Vancouver Island all the way to Prince Edward Island, and I can tell you that our men and women expertly maintain our fleets, that this government is dedicated to providing new vessels to the Canadian Coast Guard, including a polar icebreaker, and that we're working with partners to make sure that we provide the services that Canadians expect. This government will always make sure that the men and women of the Canadian Coast Guard have the tools they need to do their job, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the federal government doesn't have 1 cent for jobs in our regions, but the purse strings have been loosened for the Governor General. It cost $53 million last year in little trips and little canapes. God save the Queen, Mr. Speaker. And afterwards, the government has the nerve to tell Quebecers that there's no more money for our dairy farmers and that getting cell and internet service to their regions costs too much. Is that what we call being royally ripped off?
Un moment, s'il vous plaît.
One moment, please.
Okay, je vais laisser répondre.
I will let the parliamentary secretary respond. But before allowing the individual to respond, I would remind the members of the House that when one refers to the Queen or to the Governor General, that a certain amount of respect is required and one must be careful in how one addresses those figures. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the presumption of the question is false. We are investing in Quebec's regions. We're investing throughout Quebec and ensuring that they are able to get connected, and there are other subsidies that are available. We are creating jobs in those regions, and the numbers today show that we have created, since our election, 437,000 jobs throughout the country. We have the lowest unemployment rate since 40 years, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada tried to camouflage the decline of the French language by presenting census data smack dab in the middle of summer and muddling the numbers to mislead the public. If we add up the results for francophones, allophones, and anglophones in Quebec, we get a total population of 121%. Why is the Government of Canada skewing linguistic data to make Quebecers believe that French can grow and survive in the rest of Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government and Canada's position is to support the two great language communities here in Canada, both official languages at the heart of who we are. We are always there to support both official languages with the Official Languages Commissioner, with the Language Advantage Immigration Program to increase the number of people who speak French throughout Quebec, and with our Court Challenges program, which will ensure that people who want to defend French are supported throughout the entire country. Thank you.
For Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Transport. While touring my riding, I heard concerns from many constituents about the high cost of living in Nunavut. Food, equipment, and transportation are all extremely expensive, and we rely heavily on air transport for our goods and services. Transport Canada's proposed new regulations affecting duty time that could make airline operation and our cost of living even more expensive. When finalizing these regulations, will the Minister take into account our unique circumstances and consider the impact these changes will have on Northern Airlines and Nunavut? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and for his continued advocacy for the people of Nunavut. And I know he also supports improving aviation safety in Canada. We do recognize that the North relies heavily on air transport for the movement of passenger goods and as well as essential services between communities. We are analyzing all the submissions as part of this review, including some that came from the North, and we'll continue that conversation as we move forward. We understand. Thank you.
And that's all for today. Thank you. Tabling of documents? I'm going to wait till everybody. Honourable Parliament, the Honourable Member for La Salle et Mal Verdun.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order just to correct the record. I misspoke a moment ago. The unemployment rate represents the lowest rate of unemployment the country has seen in 9 years. The 40% figure, Mr. Speaker, is actually the highest rate of job creation over the past year.
I believe that's debate, but thank you for the update. Okay. Of documents, Commissioner of Official Languages, I have the honour to lay upon the table the annual reports on the Access to Information and the Privacy Acts of the Office of the Commissioner of Official Languages for the year 2016-2017. Ces rapports sont réputés envoyés.
These reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Very good.
Monsieur le Président. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll have two documents to table. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the response to the government's response to the 30th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 7, Support for Operations and Military Equipment Maintenance. Report of fall 2016, tabled in the House of Commons on June 8th, 2017. Second document, pursuant to Standing Order 109, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the government's official response to the 30th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report on Recruitment and Maintaining Staff Levels in the Canadian Armed Forces, Fall 2016 report of the Auditor General of Canada, tabled in the House on June 8th, 2017. Thank you.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Well, it's a busy day, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I have 4 documents to table today. Mr. Speaker, under Section 150 of the Public Accounts Management Act, and I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual report 2016-2017 on construction activities of Defence Canada, as well as the 2016-2017 annual report on the activities of the Real Estate Service of Canada, as well as a Federal Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board and the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act. And I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual report 2016-2017 on the Federal Public Labour Relations and Employment Board Act. Under Section 22.3 of the Public Works Act, and referral to the Operations Committee, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual report 2016-2017 on the activities of the Office of the Procurement Ombudsman. And finally, under Section 84 of that Act, and referral to the Operations Committee, I have the honor of tabling both official languages, the Annual Report 2016-2017 on the Public Service Labor Relations Act.
De la loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
From interparliamentary delegations, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the meeting of the Committee on Middle East Questions in Geneva, Switzerland, July 6th and 7th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, l'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Moore, seconded by Mr. Julian, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, Abitibi and Témiscamingue Regions. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Oh, excuse me.
Okay. L'honorable député.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table this bill again. The bill follows up on the cuts that the Conservatives have made to the Navigation Protection Act, which had left many waterways without any protection, even though they had been protected for years before that under one of the oldest laws in this country. What I'm doing today is tabling a bill that will aim to protect the most important waterways in my region again. This includes some 50 waterways that are often part of traditional routes for the Algonquin people who used to use them to travel by canoe. And of course, thousands of people have used these waterways to discover undiscovered lands. In my opinion, these are navigable waterways that do require protection. So I sincerely hope that those significant waterways will be protected once again. Thank you.
Madame Moore, appuyée par Monsieur Julian.
Ms. Moore, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that this bill be now read for a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Et voilà. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, Colquitts River, Todd Creek, and Craigflower Creek. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing this private member's bill today with the goal of restoring federal environmental protection to these waterways, which have been without protection since 2012, when the Conservatives removed all federal environmental protection for each and every lake, river, and stream on Vancouver Island. Despite a clear promise by the Liberal government to act, they have failed to introduce this legislation, so I've had to do so today. These waterways are vital components of our local ecosystems, and instead of government action, now I'm forced to thank local groups like the Peninsula Stream Society and the Friends of Todd Creek for the amazing work they've accomplished in restoring the Todd Creek watershed, running far ahead of government action. The current threats to the Colquitts Creek and the mysterious spill in Craigflower Creek demonstrate the importance of restoring federal environmental protection to these important local waterways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves for leave to introduce bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, Sauk River, Jordan River, Bilston River, and Muir Creek. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sauk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As in the previous bill I just introduced, this private member's bill would reinstate federal environmental protection for important waterways, this time in the western part of my riding. Once again, local efforts are running far ahead of Liberal action. The Sauk River provides a positive story for all of us, but joint action between the Sauk First Nation and the South Island anglers to attempt to restore Chinook Run, which will be so critical to the survival of southern resident killer whales. Earlier this year, the Jordan River Stewardship Roundtable was established to spearhead efforts to restore native trout and salmon runs wiped out by industrial activity over the last 60 years. It is ironic that I am introducing these private member bills on a day when we are debating the Liberals' glitteringly general Sustainable Development Act, instead of getting down to the specific actions necessary to protect the environment like those proposed in my two private members' bills.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate bills, or Senate public bills. The Honourable, okay, there we go. Mr. Ellison, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that Bill S-228, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act prohibiting food and beverages marketing directed at children, now be read a first time. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great pleasure to rise in the House today and introduce Senate Public Bill S-228, the Child Health Protection Act, which seeks to amend the Food and Drugs Act to prohibit the marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages towards children. I would like to thank Senator and Olympic gold medalist Nancy Green-Rain of British Columbia for her tremendous work on this issue and the work of our Senate colleagues who unanimously passed this bill last week. The rapidly increasing rate of childhood obesity has become a matter of national concern in Canada. The World Health Organization's Commission on Ending Childhood Obesity found that there is unequivocal evidence that the marketing of unhealthy food and beverages has a negative impact on childhood obesity, and recommend that any attempt to tackle childhood obesity should include a reduction in the exposure of children to marketing. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to stand up for those who are most vulnerable in our society, and no group is more vulnerable than our children. The protection of children from the manipulative influence of marketing of unhealthy food and beverages is predicated on a pressing and substantial concern and calls for a federal legislative response. Mr. Speaker, this bill is that legislative response, and I ask all members for their support. Thank you.
The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Very good. Motions. The Honourable Member for North Hamilton, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe that you will find consent for the following travel motion. That in relation to the 2017 Westminster Workshop for Public Accounts Committees and the Commonwealth Association of Public Accounts Committees, 3 members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be authorized to travel to London, United Kingdom in the fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Honourable Member, have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Motions. No more motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Député Dabitz.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will table a petition today to remove the federal sales tax on products for babies, essential baby products, because to my mind, the GST has always been a tax that should cover non-essential luxury items, but when we're talking about diapers, that is an essential item because no babies can wander around without a diaper. So taxing parents on diapers is unacceptable. That also includes basic essentials for nursing, because there are numerous health benefits from nursing. We need to encourage nursing and take the federal tax off all products like breast pumps and other items to enable the government to encourage breastfeeding.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1104, question 1106, and question 1111. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to question 1108 could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made an order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered.
Okay.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, and then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-57, an act to amend the Sustainable Development Act.
Now, questions. We resume. We have 3 minutes and 10 seconds left for the Honourable Member for Abbotsford. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Abbotsford repeatedly stated that the government's proposed tax reforms for private corporations would result in a tax rate of 73%. But repetition is not a form of evidence. Could the member for Abbotsford explain to this House under what circumstances an incorporated Canadian would pay a tax rate of 73%?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's a pretty easy question to answer, Mr. Speaker, because, in fact, as small businesses across this country earn income, some of it they'll pay out as salary, some of it they'll pay it out as dividends. But many of our small businesses will actually keep the money within their small corporation, put it away for a rainy day fund, maybe to cover a mat leave in the future, maybe to provide a pension fund for the future. And what the government is proposing to do is to start to tax that money that is sitting in those corporations that's already been taxed at the corporate tax rate. Tax it at 73%. That would be the net tax rate. Please, no heckling from the NDP. I've got time for an answer, I believe, Mr. Speaker, and the guy behind me is heckling like crazy because he doesn't understand the Tax Act and he hasn't read the reforms that the Liberal government is bringing forward. I've spoken to tax specialists. In fact, just last week, we had a roundtable in Mission, British Columbia, where I had a friend of mine who's a very good tax consultant from Abbotsford, who confirmed that under the Liberal tax proposals, small businesses will pay up to 73% tax. I shouldn't be surprised that the NDP doesn't get that, because they've never gotten small business.
We have time for a very short question. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
30 seconds.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, I'll make my question very quick, and that is this. On Tuesday, the Commissioner came out with a report with regards to the current government and how they're doing on the environment with regards to climate change. They got a failing grade. The Commissioner wasn't all that impressed, and I'm wondering if the Honourable Member can comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just say very quickly, I'm pretty sure that the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development hasn't been sleeping well this week, because the report from the Commissioner on the Environment and Sustainable Development had a scathing report, a damning indictment of the present Liberal government's performance on the environment in meeting its greenhouse gas emission goals, in meeting its goals to make sure Canadians adapt to climate change. Just wasn't happening, so they got a failing grade. That should be pretty embarrassing to the Prime Minister and his government.
Resuming debate, de reprise du débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill C-57. Mr. Speaker, according to world-renowned economist theorist Jeremy Rifkin, in facing the prospect of a second collapse of the global economy, humanity is desperate for a sustainable economic game plan to take us into the future. Rifkin suggests that the internet technology and renewable energy are merging to create a powerful third industrial revolution. He asks us to imagine hundreds of millions of people producing their own green energy in their homes, offices, and factories, and sharing it with each other in an energy internet, just like we now create and share information online. Why do I mention Jeremy Rifkin in discussing Bill C-57? His foresight in naming this period we have entered as the third industrial revolution was a constant theme at the recent World Economic Forum on Sustainable Development Impact Summit during Climate Week in New York City, and I was fortunate to participate at the invitation of the Environment Minister. Workshop themes focused on priorities to move us forward into this revolution in thinking and action, including accelerating financing for a global energy conversion, strengthening partnerships for a sustainable future, transforming skills, and empowering citizens, and in particular women. These dialogues were all centered on the common recognition of the need to expedite action on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the UN in September 2015. Unlike the previous iteration of sustainable development, forged in the 1987 Brundtland Report, this new agreement, called Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, recommended, in quotes, a more bold and transformative agenda to shift the world towards a sustainable and resilient path, end of quotes. There is a rapidly growing global recognition of the need for a much broader considerations and decisions we make about our future, including in developing policies and programs. These UN goals reflect the need to consider not only environmental but also social and economic considerations in seeking sustainability. We require political will to make this shift, and as former U.S. Vice President Al Gore has aptly shared, in quotes, political will is a renewable resource, end of quotes. So as my new leader has said, there is hope for change. In 2016, the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development recognized the need to revisit Canadian law and policy on sustainable development. They undertook a study of the Federal Sustainable Development Act and submitted to this House a report with recommendations to update and strengthen Canadian law in directions that could better deliver these revised goals for sustainability. So where are we at in Canada today? By way of background, the federal government in 1995 created the position of the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development within the Office of the Attorney General, and secondly, charged her with the responsibility to provide sustainable development monitoring and reporting on the progress of Category 1 departments towards sustainable development, which is a continually evolving concept based on the integration of social, economic, and environmental concerns. In 1999, the federal cabinet then issued the Cabinet Directive on the environmental assessment of policy plan and program proposals, supported by a series of guidelines, obligating each minister to ensure that their policies, plans, and programs are consistent with the government's broad environmental objectives and sustainable development goals. These must be contained in reports to ministers and to the cabinet. The directive also requires the public reporting on the extent and results of strategic environmental assessments. Interestingly, the directive makes mandatory a gender lens, but an environmental assessment of proposed policy and programs is not mandatory. However, it is one step to issue a directive. It's another to take action to ensure that it's complied with. Disappointingly, repeated audits by the Commissioner over the past decade reported significant failures in delivery of both the departmental sustainable development strategies and in compliance with the Cabinet Directive. What does the current Sustainable Development Act provide? And how well has the government succeeded in delivering useful results? The current Act was forged from an almost complete rewrite of a private member's bill that originally proposed creation of a national sustainable development strategy, requiring short, medium, and long-term targets to dramatically accelerate the elimination of all environmental problems, from a cap on emissions to penalties for non-compliance to full cost accounting and require implementing regulations. As well, the creation of a commissioner independent of the Office of the Auditor General, a proposal that captured considerable support at the time. Mr. Speaker, the actual Federal Sustainable Development Act provides a legal framework for developing and implementing a federal sustainable development strategy based on the precautionary principle with goals and targets. Framed in the basic principle that sustainable development is based on the ecologically efficient use of natural, social, and economical resources, and the need to integrate all these factors in decision-making. Third, it calls for a committee in the Privy Council to provide oversight. Fourth, establishes a Sustainable Development Office within the Department of the Environment, mandated to develop and maintain systems to monitor progress on implementing the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, and every 3 years report on progress in implementation. It then establishes a Sustainable Development Advisory Council chaired by the Minister of Environment, currently providing no per diems as it was a private member's bill. It further specified departments and agencies that were obligated to prepare sustainable development strategies and required that all performance-based contracts must adhere to these strategies. In testifying at committee, the Commissioner described this approach as more of a federal environmental strategy rather than a Sustainable Development Act. She observed that strategies produced to date have focused more on the environment alone, as opposed to the broader environmental, social, and economic aspects of sustainable development. In her view, clearly reflective of the 2015 UN goals, in quotes, she says, practically speaking, sustainable development means thinking about how decisions can affect the economy, society, the environment, and the well-being of future generations, end of quote. Again, as noted, the Commissioner has repeatedly reported that the majority of departments and agencies have failed to adequately comply with the Cabinet Directive. In her 2015 audit, she reported that only 5 out of over 1,700 proposals submitted to ministers provided the required environmental report. She also reported that less than 50% of proposals to Cabinet filed the necessary reports. Her report, just released this week, offers a similarly dismal assessment. 80% of the departments and agencies she audited failed to deliver the required assessments. She reported that neither the Privy Council nor Treasury Board are seeking assurances that the strategic environmental assessment is completed. She also reported that 5 out of 6 entities audited failed to even apply the directive. So, Mr. Speaker, what recommendations did the committee make to improve sustainable development assessments? Following a review of the Act and the results delivered, they recommended a number of substantive reforms, including expanding the factors to be considered in the sustainable development strategies. Second, consistent with the recommendation of the Commissioner, require a whole-of-government approach. Third, require comprehensive engagement of all central government agencies, not just Environment Canada. Fourth, reference key sustainable development principles as the basis of any strategy. 5, charge all parliamentary committees with responsibility to review the strategies. Next, require all committees to review progress reports from the Commissioner. Also make specific reference in the law to Canada's international commitments, and to specify short, medium, and long-term goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Well, Mr. Speaker, does Bill C-57 respond to these criticisms and recommendations? Regrettably, while some changes are proposed in Bill C-57 to improve the Act, few of the recommended substantive reforms are contained. The bill does propose additional principles to be added to guide development of any sustainable development strategy, although it lacks reference to important commitments, including the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and environmental justice principles. Responsibility for leading the development and monitoring of the strategies remains unchanged, still vested in an official within the Department of Environment appointed by and reporting to the Environment Minister. That official is to report on the progress of the Government of Canada, but that appears minimally changed from the current role. The reports are still only referred to the Environment Committee, so it's not clear that they will deliver the revised purpose of accountability to Parliament or coordinated action across the government to advance sustainable development. And as you recall, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended that these reports go to all of the committees since sustainable development affects the whole of government. While the Treasury Board is granted a discretionary power to establish policies and directives, it's limited to environmental reports, not the full 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as recommended by the Commissioner. The Ministers' Advisory Committee may now be paid honoraria, but all members are chosen by the Minister, not self-selected, and there will be concerns raised by many in the community. The Act does now require timeframes for each target. Based on the most recent report by the Commissioner and absent more centralized oversight, entrenching a more whole-of-government commitment, there can be little confidence that there will be improved accountability or action for embracing the Sustainable Development Goals. The facade of this government may be painted green, but the internal machinery regrettably will remain entrenched in outdated thinking until reforms are made to lead us into this third industrial revolution for a transformed planet. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? I would like to share, Mr. Speaker, that I do find hope elsewhere. I find hope in the change makers who are activating a global network of social entrepreneurs, innovators, business leaders, policymakers, and activists to build an everyone a change maker world. This is an award-based competition aimed to mobilize key change makers and change maker institutions to develop and scale the most innovative solutions. The challenge is designed in a way to facilitate the creation of innovators who can work together to scale the best solutions. Participating institutions are encouraged to field change teams as participants, pooling the perspectives of, for example, students, faculty, and administrators to co-design solutions, and individual innovators are encouraged to connect and collaborate on solutions. Collectively, these teams become part of a broader community of practice, supported through tools such as peer review, stories, hangouts, and physical meetups, designed to inspire, support, and inform the implementation and scaling of leading ideas. I've been inspired by the efforts of Alberta changemakers taking concrete action on meeting sustainable development goals. For example, Dessa Crowchief of the Siksika is hoping, as a changemaker, to hold an Indigenous environmental summit to promote clean energy transition and environmental rights for First Nations. Also at the University of Alberta, the CODER, the CODER project, will provide open data access on renewable energy. I am so inspired by, and I'm sure that the Minister is inspired by these youth, many of whom we had the opportunity to meet in New York City and daily in Canada. There I find the hope. I wish I were more hopeful for this new statute, but I look forward to discussion, potential amendment at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank the member opposite for all of her hard work and her support for action on climate change and sustainable development. I'm thinking of our colleague, who sadly is deceased, Arnold Chan, who talked about the importance of civility and working together and engaging. I think the Bill C-57 is an example of the very hard work of a committee that came together with a unanimous report, and I'm just very pleased to be working with parliamentarians from all parties to make sure that we move forward to a more sustainable future for our kids. I want to give a shout out also to members of my department who've worked very hard on this, and across government who support the goals of sustainable development. Also the change makers that the member opposite referenced. There are young people around the world who are really pushing for a more sustainable future because it's their future. We've worked hard with Indigenous peoples, with all sorts of stakeholders who provided input, and with all Canadians. I'm very happy that we have support for this bill. We will certainly be considering all amendments to strengthen the bill at committee, and I think this just fits in very well with what we're trying to do as a government. We know that we need to move to a more sustainable future. We need to do it in a thoughtful and practical way. We need to be transparent. We need to be held accountable, and we need to be doing it with all Canadians and ensuring that the economy and the environment go together. This is a very important step. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I heard a question there, but I can only then presume that the Minister agrees with the various issues I've raised. I know, I am convinced that the Minister actually cares about sustainable development. I am unaware behind the screens whether or not she fought for a more whole of government approach on holding the various departments and agencies accountable, and perhaps didn't win on that area. That's one area where I really hope to be moving forward in the committee to strengthen the bill so that in fact she can ensure that all of her colleagues within Cabinet actually share the same responsibility. Whether or not that scale of amendment will be allowed, we will wait and see, but I look forward to working with her officials as we move forward to strengthen the Act at committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The Honourable. Okay, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Before I begin, I'd like to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Guelph. Today, I'm going to speak about how our government's priorities align with international sustainable development objectives. I'll begin by providing an overview of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and what it means for sustainable development in both Canada and worldwide. I will then discuss how our government is supporting the implementation of the Agenda's Sustainable Development Goals, as well as a few of the contributions being made by other governments and organizations across Canada. The United Nations has been at the forefront of the political discourse on sustainable development since the Brundtland Report in 1987. In September 2015, the next step in the evolution of sustainable development arrived when the world agreed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The 2030 Agenda is a plan of action for people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. And in adopting the 2030 Agenda, all UN member states have pledged to leave no one behind. The Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, have been established as the global framework for tackling common economic, social, and environmental challenges. The goals apply equally to developing and developed countries, are integrated with each other, and achievement of some cannot be made without the achievement of others. For instance, achievement of the clean water and sanitation goal would help provide people with access to clean water and ensure that wastewater is properly treated. This would help to support the achievement of the Zero Hunger goal by providing clean water to grow food and the achievement of the Good Health and Well-being goal by eliminating some sources of disease. Our government is committed to supporting the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and a vision that Canada is one of the greatest countries in the world. Unsurprisingly, the Government of Canada's priorities and programs are well aligned with the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda. For example, we're committed to moving to a low-carbon economy, ensuring that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand, and ensuring that all Canadians have access to clean drinking water and safe and healthy food. As we work to deliver on our priorities, we continue to consult and engage Canadians to ensure their perspectives are heard and taken into account. In 2016, our government undertook an extensive consultation process to review our international assistance policy. Canadians showed strong support for the themes and issues addressed by the Sustainable Development Goals. Canadians wanted to support the health and rights of women and children, to ensure peace and security, to promote clean economic growth and climate change, and protect governance, pluralism, diversity, and human rights. Responding to this consultation, Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy supports targeted investments, partnerships, innovation, and advocacy efforts with the greatest potential to close gender gaps and improve everyone's chance for success. As we implement the policy, we will strengthen our priorities through work in areas such as gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, human dignity, and growth that works for everyone. Domestically, we've already begun to respond to the challenge of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs through the 2016 to 2019 Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, or FSDS, our plan to promote clean growth, ensure healthy ecosystems, and build safe, secure, and sustainable communities over the next 3 years. The strategy presents 13 aspirational goals that are a Canadian reflection of the SDGs of the 2030 Agenda, with a focus on their environmental dimensions. Our goals are supported by medium-term targets, short-term milestones, and clear action plans. 41 federal departments and agencies contribute to meeting our targets and advancing our goals. Our strategy was shaped by input from stakeholders and Canadians, and it recognizes the important role that our partners and all Canadians play in achieving sustainable development. For example, our strategy highlights actions being taken by Canadian organizations that support the FSDS goals and the SDGs. It also presents actions that Canadians can take in their daily lives to help build a more sustainable Canada. One way in which our strategy responds to consultations as well as global sustainable development priorities is through the inclusion of the goal that all Canadians have access to safe drinking water and, in particular, the significant challenges Indigenous communities face and that these are addressed. We know that while drinking water in Canada is among the safest in the world, access to safe drinking water remains a challenge in on-reserve First Nations communities. Our target to eliminate long-term drinking water advisories in First Nations communities directly supports the SDGs' good health and well-being and clean water and sanitation and reflects our commitment to leave no one behind. To further support our commitment to the 2030 Agenda and other international initiatives, we introduced a bill in June, Bill C-57, that we're debating today, that would amend the purpose of the Federal Sustainable Development Act. The revised purpose would specify that future strategies respect Canada's domestic and international obligations relating to sustainable development. That includes the SDGs as well as other agreements and initiatives such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Biological Diversity and the Pan-Canadian Framework. As a member of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, I'm extremely proud of our government's response to our committee's unanimous 2016 report on the Sustainable Development Act. C-57 is a thoughtful response to our committee's report and sets the legislative vision to meet our international sustainable development goals through many ways, including domestic actions. I must also note that while being very supportive of C-57, our committee has learned through our current study on built heritage in Canada that our international commitments on ecosystem protection and climate change include provisions relating to protecting cultural heritage. I raise this as an issue and a flag to our government that they might consider an amendment by the Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development concerning cultural heritage and our international commitments when this bill gets to committee. By meeting our commitment to update our strategy on an ongoing basis, we'll provide Canadians with a comprehensive picture of our sustainable development commitments and results. Through our first update in June 2017, we reported that a number of short-term milestones set out in the FSDS have already been achieved. For example, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change has been adopted by First Ministers of the federal government and 11 provinces and territories. Canada has ratified the Paris Agreement, and Canada's mid-century long-term low greenhouse gas development strategy has been released. That initial update also incorporated investments announced in Budget 2017 that supports the strategy's goals and targets, including increased financing support for Canada's clean technology sector, funding to support research, development, demonstration, and adoption of clean technologies, measures to enhance collaboration and establish new ways of measuring success, and new broad-based innovation initiatives. The 2030 Agenda depends on rigorous monitoring and reporting, including voluntary reviews by individual countries through the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. In support of this global reporting effort, we'll present our first voluntary national review in July 2018. While the federal government has an important role to play, I want to recognize that we cannot achieve the SDGs alone. The 2030 Agenda acknowledges that, along with governments, implementation will involve parliaments, the UN system and other international institutions, local authorities, Indigenous peoples, civil society, business and the private sector, the scientific and academic community, and all citizens. In Canada, organizations such as other governments, businesses, and non-governmental organizations have already begun to take action. For example, the Global Compact Network Canada has undertaken a survey of their members' SDG priorities and actions. They identified the climate action, no poverty, decent work and economic growth, sustainable cities and communities, and responsible consumption and production as the most important SDGs for Canada, goals that align very well with our government's priorities. As a proud British Columbian, I also want to highlight the work of the City of Vancouver. In particular, Vancouver's Greenest City Action Plan and Healthy City Strategy include goals and targets that align with the SDGs. For instance, Vancouver has set a goal to have the best drinking water of any city in the world, which aligns with the SDG Clean Water and Sanitation Principle. Vancouver has also established the goal of a healthy, just, and sustainable food system, targeting an increase in local food production. The city has seen an increase of 42% of neighborhood food assets in Vancouver since 2010. This directly contributes to the Sustainable Development Goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the SDGs represent a renewed global commitment to sustainable development that our government has already begun to respond to through the development and implementation of the FSDS and the Feminist International Assistance Policy. Going forward, we will contribute to follow-up and review of the SDGs, including through the voluntary national review process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks the member for Cloverdale Langley for his speech. Mr. Speaker, just this week, the Environment Commissioner issued a series of reports outlining that Liberals failed to live up to their commitments to protect the environment, and they lacked leadership. Would the member of Cloverdale Langley City support a new study at committee outlining how Canada can do better in meeting its emissions target? Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. I'd say that our government is doing a fantastic job through the agenda that we've put forward. We inherited quite a government that was devoid of any attention to climate issues. And so we're working through the legislation such as C-57 to really address the need for Canadian leadership on sustainable development strategies. And I'm very proud of this bill and believe that that will move us well along the way to address the concerns that the Commissioner of Environment has raised in her recent reports. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. He just finished saying that the government's done a fantastic job on the issue, but I beg to differ because the Commissioner's report actually state, and I quote, "The findings presented in our fall 2017 report shows that in two important areas, reducing greenhouse gases and adapting to the impacts of climate change, the federal government has yet to do much of the hard work that is required to bring about this fundamental shift. For example, instead of developing a detailed action plan to reach the 2020 target for reducing emissions, the government changed its focus to the 2030 target. In addition, the government did not pursue a number of greenhouse gas regulations, thereby losing opportunities to achieve real reductions in emissions." I could go on, but these are just some of the highlights that the Commissioner has pointed out around the lack of action from the government. And yet we have Bill C-57, where the government says that they will take a whole-of-government approach, yet it doesn't. And in fact, it does not engage all of the central government agencies in the development and implementation of the federal sustainable development strategy. So how could the government think that this is actually really going to address the issues at hand, and especially in light of the Commissioner's reports?
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I'd like to acknowledge the excellent work that the Commissioner of the Environment does on her audits, and it provides great information for our government to be able to move forward and address the concerns that are raised. As I noted, C-57 takes the work of the committee that I was part of and incorporates some needed changes into legislation that will set the framework for our government to move forward. It is very much setting a leadership position for our government, and I remain very proud of this legislation and the changes that we will be able to see. I'd also like to comment, Mr. Speaker, that the Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development has on notice a potential study that we'll be discussing in the near future about a study on climate change. And given the great relationship we've had with the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, I believe we'll be able to come up with some wonderful recommendations for her consideration, and that will also help move our government's agenda forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second comment. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you to the member from Cloverdale-Langley City for his intervention. I know he's spent many years working in the federal civil service, and I'm wondering whether he could tell us what that experience brings to the table in terms of this new legislation as well, and how it might affect the civil service.
Well, member for Cloverdale-Langley City in 45 seconds or less, please.
Great, well, thank you. Flowing from the Sustainable Development Act, or the sustainable development strategies that each department needs to do, and as the minister noted in her comments this morning, the scope of the departments covered by that is being expanded under these changes. It is a way of helping departments focus on how they will contribute to sustainable development, and this is a great way of encouraging a greater number of government organizations to contribute to sustainability in our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased today to have the opportunity to address my honourable colleagues on support of this new legislation. First, I'd like to speak about the principles of sustainable development and Bill C-57 and how these will help to advance the government's commitment to a clean environment and a strong economy. Guelph has a long history of enacting sustainable policies. Personally, I worked for 5 years on the Mayor's Task Force for Sustainability, and I've since focused my goals in the House here around the triple bottom line approach and balancing economic, environmental, and social development. Mr. Speaker, Guelph is a living monument to our government's mantra that you cannot separate success in the environment and success in the economy. They are, in fact, one and the same. Guelph is known for its economic success, including low unemployment and a rapid growth in our economy. In fact, Guelph is one of the fastest growing economies in Canada. But it's also one of the most environmentally conscious. We have the highest waste diversion from landfills at 68%. We have the lowest water consumption per capita with the goal of reaching Norway's level. And as we grow our population by 50%, we're looking to reduce our electrical consumption by the same amount so that we don't require more power for the 50% more people coming in. Mr. Speaker, another key objective of Bill C-57 is poverty reduction. Guelph is actively working to eliminate poverty with a focus on homelessness and mental health. Currently, the Guelph-Wellington Task Force for Poverty Elimination is a shining example of our community's dedication to eliminate poverty in our community. Their 3-year strategic plan from 2013 to 2017 addresses issues like food and income security, housing, and dental health. These social objectives are essential to sustainable development, and this was acknowledged by the UN in the early 1980s. It all connects, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue with some global history. In 1983, the United Nations General Assembly established the World Commission on Environmental and Development. It was chaired by the Norwegian Prime Minister Brundtland, and in 1987, the Brundtland Commission published its report, Our Common Future, known as the Brundtland Report. That report put sustainable development squarely on the global agenda. In its own words, humanity has the ability to make development sustainable, to ensure that it meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That is often referred to as the standard definition of sustainable development. Indeed, that is how sustainable development is defined in our current federal Sustainable Development Act. The Brundtland Report paved the way for an unprecedented 1992 United Nations conference in Rio de Janeiro, better known as the Earth Summit. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a special point of noting that it was a very great, distinguished Canadian who helped to organize that event. It was the late Morris Strong. The Earth Summit brought together more countries and heads of state than any previous event. It also established enduring and lasting mechanisms for international cooperation, in following through the Gro Harlem Brundtland's vision of a sustainable future. Among these important agreements were the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the development of the Commission on Sustainable Development. And Canada was there. We supported the 1992 Rio Declaration. We've championed sustainable development ever since that time. Following Rio in 1995, Canada became one of the first countries in the world to create a Commissioner for Sustainable Development. Since 1997, government departments have been required to produce sustainable development strategies in compliance with the 1995 amendments to the Auditor General Act. In 2008, under the leadership of the Honourable John Godfrey, his private member's Bill C-474 passed and became law as the Federal Sustainable Development Act. The Act provides the legal framework for developing and implementing the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy every 3 years. It also requires 26 departments and agencies to prepare their own sustainable development strategies that comply and contribute to the overall federal strategy. 2015 was a watershed year. In September, Canada was among 193 countries to adopt the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda sets out a global framework of action for people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership over the next decade and a half to eradicate poverty and to leave no one behind. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 associated targets build on the previous Millennium Development Goals. They're universally applicable and fully integrate social, economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. In December 2015, Canada was among the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which adopted the historic Paris Agreement. Mr. Speaker, the Federal Sustainable Development Act is part of the legacy that began under the Brundtland Report and Earth Summit, and is still relevant today as we advance the government's commitment to a clean environment and a strong economy. It provides the framework to develop and implement the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, the complete guide to the Government of Canada's environmental sustainability priorities. The most recent strategy for the period 2016 to 2019 was tabled in this House on October 6th of this year. It sets out 13 long-term aspirational goals. In response to the recommendation of the Standing Committee, the strategy's goals are a Canadian reflection of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with a focus on their environmental dimensions. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to take a few minutes to tell my colleagues about the principles we're proposing in Bill C-57, principles that this government believes will strengthen the Federal Sustainable Development Act. I also want to acknowledge the important work of our colleagues on the Standing Committee of Environmental and Sustainable Development, who in their June 2016 report highlighted the importance of modernizing our sustainable development principles. Bill C-57 proposes to include the following principles: intergenerational poverty, polluter pays, internalization of costs, openness and transparency, involving Indigenous peoples, collaboration, and results and delivery. The principle of intergenerational equity is the essence of sustainable development. It is the recognition that decisions were made not just about today and about us, but also about the future and those who will be here after us. The Brundtland Report set out the following principle on intergenerational equity: states shall conserve and use the environment and natural resources for the benefit of the present and the future generations. It was also recommended in the Standing Committee's June 2016 report that the principle of polluter pays be adopted, that we look at a new way of thinking, that sustainable economic growth must take into account the damages imposed on the environment. Polluter pays meant that those who generate pollution should bear the cost of creating pollution. Internalization of costs means goods and services should reflect all the costs that generate for society from their design to their consumption and their final disposal. The principles of openness and transparency are also intertwined with the purpose of Federal Sustainable Development Act, ensuring that decision-making related to sustainable development is more transparent and that it's subject to the accountability of Parliament. That's why Bill C-57 proposes a principle on involving all peoples and being transparent to all peoples. I also note that the government's commitment is supported by the provisions in the Act to expand Aboriginal representation on the Sustainable Development Advisory Council. So finally, Mr. Speaker, the principles we set out in Bill C-57 reaffirm that we're up to the challenge. Canada, like Guelph, is ready to seize the opportunities before us and to be bold. Sustainable development means growing a diversified, low-carbon economy while reducing emissions, generating good jobs for Canadians, and having a society that we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. But the Conservative government enacted the Federal Sustainable Development Act in 2008 as a result of a Liberals member's private bill, and we invested in clean technology. The Conservative government reduced greenhouse gases in transportation and coal-fired electricity, meaningful, realistic reductions, protecting the environment and working with the economy. Yet this week, the Auditor General reported the Liberal government has failed dismally. Mr. Speaker, how does this member think that C-57 will improve with the Liberal government through their dismal record to date?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way. I really enjoy having him on the Industry Committee, and he's been contributing there as he is today in the House. You know, Mr. Speaker, when we had our debates during the campaign, I can always remember in 12 debates there was always a part where the Conservative candidate mentioned the great environmental record, and that's when the crowd groaned. So I have to just introduce that and just imagine the crowd groaning today that the greenhouse gas reductions happened during a period of the worst economic decline Canada had seen since the Great Depression. Maybe something to do with consumption dropping with the economy was more to the point. But really what we're looking at is how do we enact legislation, how do we work with our partners in the provinces and the municipalities to drive our plan forward and get real results. It's early in the game, but we know we're going to get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And just in light of the work that has been done by the standing committee that he referenced for a short bit in his speech, I'm wondering if the member is at all concerned because C-57's amendments don't completely meet the recommendations of the committee, and as a matter of fact, they put forward some recommendations that were not raised at the committee, which is of concern. And I'm wondering in particular if he'd like to expand a little bit on why that might be that the committee wasn't asked to weigh in and make recommendations, particularly when we're looking at the legal framework for developing our federal sustainable development strategy.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Windsor West for her intervention. I haven't been involved with the committee directly, but, Mr. Speaker, I can say that the work of committees comes from the committee to the government. The government looks at the priorities of the whole of government approach, if you will, Mr. Speaker, and works with the recommendations from committees to engage the whole of government. Sometimes all recommendations are taken, sometimes not all recommendations are taken based on how they fit in with the whole of government approach. But I might also say, Mr. Speaker, that it is early in the game and that we have taken the most important priorities from the committee to move forward and work with our provincial and municipal counterparts to engage and to get the goals that we want to achieve.
Questions and comments. We have the time for a 30-second question and comment and a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. As somebody who sits on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee, I can say how pleased I am with the government's response. Many of our recommendations made it into the legislation, and many of the ones that aren't directly in the legislation will be action through other means. So I think that the government has responded very appropriately. With that as a preamble, I just wanted to ask the member how he feels his community will benefit from this, from C-57 and the legislation that's going forward.
The honourable member for Guelph.
That's a tough question, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the member from Cloverdale, Langley City, for challenging me on that. When we look at our community, as I mentioned, has a sustainable development plan already, and now we're moving into the action items that will align with the federal plan, and then bringing the province on board so that all three orders of government will work together to achieve Canada's goals together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today to speak on Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. This bill was partly inspired by a 2016 report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainability, which I belonged to at the time of the report's release. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to offer further input on this matter. Conservatives have long supported sustainable development strategies. Indeed, we supported the Federal Sustainable Development Act in 2008. It makes sense that economic, social, and environmental priorities be advanced through an integrated whole-of-government approach. You can't advance one of these priorities while ignoring the others. Canadians expect that parliamentarians consider all three priorities when designing policy and legislation. The public needs to be confident that policy has been thoroughly thought out on all three fronts. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has made little progress in implementing sustainable development strategies, as the 2017 fall report of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development made all too clear. I'm sure we can all agree that the Commissioner is incredibly competent and thorough, and her findings should carry great weight. The importance of sustainable development is something all parties agree on, Mr. Speaker, and the government simply needs to make real progress on this file. Given that action is clearly needed, I am pleased that this bill takes steps to meet the expectations of Canadians by amending the Federal Sustainability Development Act. I believe this bill takes a number of noteworthy steps towards improving government transparency and accountability. It greatly expands the number of government agencies and departments subject to the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, from 26 to 90 departments. If we are launching a whole-of-government approach, expanding the number of departments subject to this strategy obviously makes sense. It also mandates that departments adhere to a reporting and progress schedule. This is fundamentally sound practice. It ensures that we have means through which to assess what action departments are taking to meet their objectives. By assessing this action on a whole-of-government basis, we will get a better sense of whether targets are being met in a meaningful way. In the past, we've had issues with non-compliance. By empowering the Treasury Board to establish policies or issue directives to ensure compliance with the new reporting requirements, government accountability will hopefully be improved. With that said, I do have concerns with regard to how departments and agencies prepare and report their sustainable development strategies. As I have said, reporting on progress makes sense. We heard from witnesses in the committee that Germany had achieved success with an annual reporting requirement. Reporting on progress ensures that if a strategy is not working, there's an opportunity to make revisions to get back on track. However, it is also important that departments and agencies not be subjected to onerous requirements and red tape. The requirement should not merely add red tape to an already enormous, complex, bureaucratic organization. A key benefit of adopting a whole-of-government approach is efficiency and elimination of waste. The specific reporting requirements should be carefully crafted so as to avoid bogging down the departments in more red tape. If government departments and agencies are allocating time and resources to preparing reports instead of actually taking action on sustainable development, then this bill won't have its desired effects. It will simply be a big waste of time. A firm sense of what is considerable reporting requirements in the bill will actually accomplish is also very important. As I said, reporting can be an effective strategy to improve accountability, but only if it's well implemented. I hope the government will continue to carefully review successes and failures of other jurisdictions as this bill's legislative processes unfolds. Some of the jurisdictions we've heard about took years to get this right. The government needs to be very careful and think this through. If they don't, this bill will serve as nothing more than just another cautionary tale for other jurisdictions on what not to do. With regard to how the departments prepare their sustainable development strategies, I think it is important that they not do so in a silo. Of course, the unique mandate of each respective department will mean that their strategies vary. I'm not saying that we can develop a government-wide, one-size-fits-all plan. However, 90 departments and agencies will now be subjected to this strategy. It would be hugely wasteful for departments to be individually developing strategies that overlap. Duplication simply must be avoided for this whole-of-government approach to actually improve efficiency. To that end, I believe it is vital that departments communicate with one another as they prepare the respective strategies. Along with top-down direction from the center, this strategy needs horizontal, government-wide coordination. A broad template strategy would be a common-sense way of doing this. That way, it can be tweaked by each department to accommodate their specific needs. But it would avoid departments wasting time and resources preparing plans in individual silos. The minister should provide clear leadership in developing the government-wide framework. Sorely, as the Commissioner of Audit said, this was missing. Overall, Mr. Speaker, a whole-of-government approach to sustainable development principles is an important means of protecting the social, economic, and environmental well-being of Canadians. But it must not be allowed to degenerate into a costly, bureaucratic nightmare. I also have some misgivings about the remuneration of a Sustainable Development Advisory Council. Compensation for out-of-pocket expenses is one thing, but our committee's unanimous report did not call for the Advisory Council to receive compensation now being proposed. I'm not sure what the Liberals' plan basis for introducing remuneration is. Why? It wasn't in our report. We felt it shouldn't happen. Our committee conducted a thorough study of this matter. As I noted, we heard about the failures in many other jurisdictions, so I hope the government has a good reason for deviating from its findings on this point. This is an important file that all parties want action on. At its best, this bill could offer an efficient, cost-effective way of reaching sustainable development objectives. Introducing remuneration for advisory council members may do the opposite. And as far as cost effectiveness. Further, it is important that Canadians have confidence that an advisory council is offering the minister independent and objective advice. This is crucial. It cannot become tied to a minister or department. Its independence needs to be beyond question. They should not be remunerated. Our committee's report also emphasized the importance of engaging Canadian public on sustainable development. As one witness put it, you will not regulate yourself into sustainable development. Sustainable development is more than just regulation. Many Canadians already are taking incredible action. My motion M108 aims to recognize farmers and ranchers as stewards of the environment and conservationists. They are doing their part to develop their land and produce our food sustainably. Beyond the provisions outlined in this bill, the government should remember that it's every Canadian, all the Canadians who make a huge difference. They should be encouraged to do so. Open, informative dialogue about sustainable development is very necessary. While I intend to support this bill, I hope the government will take action to address the concerns I've raised today. The stakes are too high on this file to continue to making no progress. Canadians expect federal sustainable development strategy that works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm going to have to express my frustration not only with this bill, but with this debate today. We're in an urgent climate crisis. I live in a province where we lost 5% of our annual allowable cut of forests to forest fires this summer. We've seen extreme weather events, we've seen floods, and we've seen the report from the Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development that says the government has absolutely failed to address the crisis of climate change. So while, yeah, of course, I'm in favor of sustainable development, what I'm really in favor of is this House of Commons getting down to work on the things we need to meet that climate crisis. Where's the plan to shift away from fossil fuels and to protect the jobs of those workers who are going to have to transition to new work? Where's the plan to shift transportation over to electricity from fossil fuels? As somebody who gave up my own car, I'm in a privileged position, I gave up my gas car nearly 5 years ago. The technology's there. We can do this. Where's the plan to shift to geothermal for space heating? The technology's there, and it uses some of the same skills that are used in the oil industry. So where's the plan to start making the transitions we need? I haven't heard a thing from the Conservatives or the Liberals about the real actions we need to meet the climate crisis that we are facing in this country.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comment from my colleague there. I think there is a plan, and I think the Commissioner recognized there was a plan. It's the implementation of that plan that the Commissioner said needs to be done. So there is a plan. It would involve all 90 different departments, government as a whole. So I think if they implement the plan, we will see action. But that's where it's got to move. It hasn't happened so far. Now we need to see if they actually can do the plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
I guess having just heard the previous comments in response to it, I guess the plan would be $180+ billion in infrastructure investment, including support for the largest conversion from diesel rail to electric rail in the world going on right now in Ontario, support for a massive investment in public transit, as well as the Ocean Protection Plan, as well as significant investments that have been made to make sure that the environmental standards for resource development are sustainable but are also positive for the environment, as well as comprehensive and profound engagement with Indigenous communities right across the country as we roll that out, as well as the sign-on to the Paris Accord and the movement towards greenhouse gas reduction. As we do all of this, as we steward the economy and allow it to grow and create record growth and record unemployment in terms of the lowering of unemployment right across the country, as we grow the economy and have an impact on the new technology and the new systems and the new infrastructure required to meet the new century's challenges, is that not exactly why the party opposite is supporting this bill?
The honourable member for Bow River in about 45 seconds or less, please.
Well, I was enjoying my colleague from across the way, so in 45 seconds will actually be pretty short. Yes, we support it. Yes, there's a plan, but it needs leadership to carry it out. And as the Commissioner said, that leadership needs to step forward to make this plan happen. That's what we're waiting to see. We support the plan, but we're looking for leadership to get something going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account, standing in the name of Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Shields, moves that Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Environment of Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here today to speak in support of Bill C-315. It's an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act regarding the conservation of National Historic Sites account. I'd like to spend my time today discussing the purpose of this bill and its value in terms of promoting Canada's history, culture, and beautiful scenery, not only to our own citizens, but to the entire world. Bill C-315 proposes the establishment of an account to which all donated funds will be attributed when the donor indicates that they want it to be used for the conservation of a given site. The interest of this account would be spent only on the preservation, restoration, and rehabilitation of the specified heritage site, thus assuring the donor that their money would be put to good use in protecting the site that they know and they love. Canada is very fortunate not only to be the home of many federally, provincially, and locally recognized national historic sites, but also to have a number of internationally recognized UNESCO World Heritage Sites, including the world-famous Rideau Canal. And although those who reside in Ottawa probably know the Rideau Canal is the home of Winterlude and the world's longest outdoor skating rink, its history is much richer than that. That history is often lost on those who have never truly visited the site. Construction on the canal began in 1828 to create an alternative military supply route from Montreal to the Great Lakes. And the canal officially opened in 1832, stretching from Lake Ontario to Ottawa through the wilderness of eastern Ontario. In fact, almost the entire northern boundary of my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes is in fact the Rideau Canal. And at the time, the Rideau Canal consisted of 47 locks, fortified lockmasters' houses, and blockhouses, representing an incredible feat of engineering for the time, which employed countless people. Among the contractors who worked on the canal and built some of its most impressive sites was John Redpath, the founder of Redpath Sugar, a proud Canadian corporation which has recently announced their support of Bill C-315 as a means of promoting donations from their organization and others like it. Following the canal's completion, many small settlements developed into thriving communities along its banks. And Bytown, which of course was later renamed Ottawa, was set up as the construction headquarters and clearly continued to grow long after construction was completed to become the Ottawa that we know today. Following World War I, the canal lost its industrial and commercial purpose and became a waterway for recreational vessels, an incredibly popular pastime among both Canadian and American pleasure craft operators today. And in 2000, the Rideau Canal obtained a Heritage River designation. And then in 2007, the canal was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, demonstrating its importance on the international stage. And that is the kind of story Canada should be promoting, a story that showcases the hard work and ingenuity which led to the great country that we have become. Mr. Speaker, Parks Canada currently administers 171 federally recognized National Historic Sites and defines over 970 more as being of historically significant nature. And with such a large responsibility resting on their organization, it is crucial that Canadians be able to help them in any way possible. In fact, in my own riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, we're fortunate enough to have many sites which have helped define the development of the area and continue to attract people to reflect on our history and our achievements, which in turn is a great boost to our local economies. Our many National Historic Sites across Canada provide us and our visitors with leisure, education, beauty, and a unique experience which can never be recreated. And like many precious things, Mr. Speaker, they are a rare wonder which deserve to be promoted and protected with the utmost care. unlike natural attractions, our historic structures at these heritage sites are made of bricks and mortar and timber and will crumble and rot with time, and they require a great amount of care and reflection of the hard work and historic struggles which led to their construction. Once they are gone, there is no amount of money or goodwill which could possibly bring them back. So we are tasked with ensuring that they remain in good repair so that future generations can look on Canada's great history just as we do today. Many of our citizens have found fond memories attached to these locations, days out with family, getting back to their roots, and in some cases personal stories which will forever be tied to the important historic moments which took place there. Along the Rideau Waterway, for example, are many families that can trace their origins to the construction of the canal. With happy thoughts and generous hearts, these kind individuals are often eager to give donations with the hope that their money will keep the place that they love in pristine shape for years to come. And that type of generosity should be encouraged, as Canadians have so few opportunities to step forward and take stewardship of their own history. Although visiting a National Historic Site might allow an individual to learn and experience the history which took place there, encouraging donations helps Canadians to understand the site as part of their personal history and national identity. Mr. Speaker, while any donation made to Parks Canada is put to good use, donors should be assured that their donation will maintain the National Historic Site which bears personal significance to them. The creation of a legacy fund for the conservation of such sites would not only provide that assurance, but would also encourage further donations from Canadians and international visitors alike. This extra funding would aid Parks Canada in paying for the restoration, rehabilitation, and preservation of buildings, forts, and all other historic structures that our country has to offer. Mr. Speaker, Parks Canada has done an exemplary job of fulfilling their mandate of protecting and presenting nationally significant natural and cultural heritage while fostering public understanding, appreciation, and enjoyment in ways which ensure that the site's ecological and commemorative integrity remain intact for present and future generations. And although Parks Canada already has protections in place covering the expenditure of donated funds, these regulations are not easily found and are not well known to the public at large. This is troubling, especially given that studies indicate people are more willing to donate to a given cause when they view its organization as being transparent and easily held accountable. They don't want to watch their donation disappear into a void of bureaucracy, and they want to know that their money will be used for the protection and preservation of the site that they have come to love, not for wages, groundskeeping, and other matters unrelated to the historical significance of the site itself. Bill C-315 will help Parks Canada create a system which will not only manage donations but also promote further donations in the future. Their current donation management system, while effective in ensuring that money is spent in an ethical manner, does nothing to encourage donations and lacks the easy, well-documented transparency donors desire and deserve. And that is what Bill C-315 has to offer. Mr. Speaker, despite the number of people who visit our national historic sites each year, they receive surprisingly few donations. On a national scale, they received only $28,000 in 2013, and between 2014 and 2016, the cumulative total annual donations fell by $30,000. And while each of these donations is undoubtedly appreciated, we can do much more, especially given the cost of maintaining, restoring, and rehabilitating our national historic sites. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2013, $10,451,000 was spent on restoration, and that's $10,451. And in 2014, there was $9,000 was spent, and in 2015, $7,000. Surprisingly, these numbers are kept artificially low by the fact that Parks Canada cannot accurately calculate salary and wage expenditures related specifically to the repair and maintenance of national historic sites. And with numbers like those, we should be doing everything we can possibly do to raise money and keep our sites in pristine condition. They are priceless to our nation and deserve only the best. Beyond these direct benefits to the national historic sites and to Canada's national identity, increasing donations and improving the overall appearance of our sites could serve as a significant boost to both national and international tourism. Mr. Speaker, when traveling in Canada, whether from another province or another country, our visitors come for our history and our hospitality. not for our famously good weather. In fact, most travelers perceive Canada's strength as a tourist attraction to be our beautiful yet affordable destinations like the National Historic Sites we aim to protect. If we want Canada to be seen as a valuable destination rather than simply an affordable one, we must ensure that these sites remain in good repair, which can be helped through the creation of a legacy fund outlined in this bill. This would allow us to teach our history while sharing the diverse culture which makes Canada so unique in the world. Encouraging tourism would not only further benefit the funding of Parks Canada through gate fees and product sales, but would also provide support for the approximate 1.7 million jobs supported by the tourism industry each year. What's more, these positions tend to be held by demographics that have had historic troubles in obtaining and maintaining employment. Immigrants, women, and youth are provided with jobs in a diverse range of fields such as hospitality, food, and entertainment, often making significantly more than the minimum wage. In fact, many of these individuals are employed by Parks Canada itself. In its peak season, that department employs approximately 2,100 year-round indeterminate employees, 1,900 indeterminate seasonal employees, and approximately 1,100 students. And what's more, the increasing tourism created through the maintenance of our national historic sites would promote the growth of their surrounding communities by supporting the small businesses which make up the backbone of our tourism industry in Canada. Around 98% of the industry is run by small and medium-sized businesses which rely on the patronage of international travelers to keep their doors open. These businesses often work hand in hand with destination marketing organizations which promote international visitors to not only to their businesses, but also to the National Historic Sites which make Canada a valuable destination no matter where you're from. Mr. Speaker, in this, Canada's 150th anniversary year, we should be more focused than ever on the protection and preservation of the history which make us who we are today. We should be preserving, rehabilitating, and maintaining our sites as best we possibly can to ensure that they will continue to stand for another 150 years and far beyond. By encouraging donations from international visitors and Canadian citizens alike, we not only promote taking stewardship of our own history and national identity, but also ensure that the sites will maintain their beauty and integrity for generations to come, while promoting the tourism industry which employs so many Canadians. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members will join me in supporting Bill C-315 for the creation of a National Historic Sites account.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his commitment to national parks and historic sites and our heritage. And may I say, Mr. Speaker, in passing, that I think he lives in one of the most beautiful parts of this great country, next to Manitoba, of course. I spent many summers in Leeds and Grenville. I've read from cover to cover Leeds the Lovely. But, Mr. Speaker, I've got a question for the honourable member. I hope he takes it in the right way. But, you know, this year our government has been very supportive of our national parks and historic sites. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, in a previous era, in the previous 10 years of the Harper government, I know we in Manitoba very dramatically experienced the cuts of that government. And one of the reasons that some of our historic sites are in disrepair is because of the lack of attention to our historic sites during that time. Riding Mountain National Park, Mr. Speaker, went from a 4-season park to a 3-season park. And the businesses were very dramatically impacted. So I would ask the question to the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, you know, does he agree with me that you know, some of those reductions in Parks Canada's budgets were an error, and does he believe that we're doing the right thing by investing billions in our national parks and historic sites?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Winnipeg South for that question, and I appreciate his fine comments about the wonderful riding that I live in. And I was happy to announce when our party was in government, I used the example of the Rideau Canal, $45 million. There had not been a significant investment in the Rideau Canal in a very long time. I was able to make that announcement. Many of those projects that were part of that announcement are now almost completed. And in fairness, this government did make additional announcements for our National Historic Sites, which is great. It's great to see that there's support for our National Historic Sites on both sides of the aisle. But the fact is that during the time where we had some issues on the Rideau Canal, it was brought forward to me that people wanted to make some contributions, and there was no mechanism really to do that. If one wanted to make a donation to protect environmentally sensitive lands in Canada, you could make a donation that you could get a tax receipt. You could give that money to the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and in some cases they turn lands over to Parks Canada. You can get a tax receipt for that, but you can't get it to give to our National Historic Sites. And then through that process on the Rideau Canal, we found there was lots of people that want to do that. In fact, we've heard from Redpath that they want to also make significant contributions to our National Historic Sites. I would hope that members from all sides would support this bill. It definitely is great for our historic sites across the Canada.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm an archaeologist by training, and as others have said, to see where we're going, we have to see where we've been. So our historic monuments are extremely important to see the direction we're going in. I've seen monuments that have been destroyed. I saw the Louisbourg fortress that's falling apart. There's not enough public funding to preserve all of our monuments. So I think that a bill like this one, like my colleagues, could help us to cultivate a culture that we don't yet have here of donations. And I'd like to say to the member, I don't really have a question. I will wholeheartedly support the bill. I hope there will be others that will enable us to protect these sites, and that the government will come forth with public money.
Well, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Hochelaga for her support of this bill. I don't see this as a bill that should be controversial. This is in no way an attempt to displace federal support for those National Historic Sites. It's meant to complement that funding and give people that opportunity to take ownership of those National Historic Sites and feel pride in them that they made a contribution. So I'm looking forward to the House hopefully passing this bill on to committee so that we can further look at this and look forward to this passing through Parliament.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Oops. Well, thank you.
Order, 1 second. The Honourable Member, I believe there's an apology. I overheard the word idiot, and that is not a parliamentary word. Please do. I believe an apology is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apology would absolutely be in order if I'd used the word idiot, which I did not do, and I invite you to check.
I apologize for pointing it out. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for clarifying that. And I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the debate about Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account. I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes for bringing attention to the important issue of conservation at our National Historic Sites with the introduction of Bill C-315. As you know, this bill proposes the creation of a dedicated account for public donations directed to the conservation of National Historic Sites administered by Parks Canada. The Government of Canada welcomes the interest and passion that Canadians have for our National Historic Sites, including any financial support that the public may wish to provide towards the conservation of a particular National Historic Site. However, Mr. Speaker, the Government does not support Bill C-315. Bill C-315 is motivated by a noble objective, admittedly, supporting the long-term conservation of Canada's National Historic Sites through the contribution of public donations. However, I am pleased to tell you that the bill is not required, as a mechanism to do this already exists under current legislation. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-315 would serve to duplicate existing legislative authorities under the Parks Canada Agency Act and the Financial Administration Act. These authorities already allow Parks Canada to accept public donations and use them in the manner being proposed by Bill C-315. They do so without placing the limits that Bill C-315 proposes to place on the way Parks Canada can currently accept and manage donations made to these sites. Canadians take great pride in our history, Mr. Speaker. I expect that this pride will be passionately on display in communities right across this country this year as we mark the 150th anniversary of Confederation. National Historic Sites are vital assets. They reflect the rich heritage of our nation and provide an opportunity for Canadians to learn more about our diverse history. These treasured places encourage us not only to consider the past, but also to ponder where we stand as a nation and what we strive to become. As a leader in promoting the conservation of National Historic Sites, Parks Canada itself manages 171 sites along with our national parks and national marine conservation areas. Parks Canada is responsible for protecting and presenting nationally significant examples of Canada's natural and cultural heritage. Many factors contribute to Parks Canada's success as a recognized leader in heritage conservation. A staff of dedicated experts, strategic partnerships with community groups, and environmental and heritage organizations, and strong support from visitors and the Government of Canada. The conservation of National Historic Sites is a complex, demanding, and never-ending task. Heritage properties, by definition, are old, Mr. Speaker, and many of them face significant threats as they deteriorate over time due to weather and use. To manage these and other threats, Parks Canada undertakes interventions on National Historic Sites in accordance with the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, a reference for heritage conservation practice. Whether it's repainting a historic lighthouse or repairing the concrete walls of the Rideau Canal, Parks Canada knows how to protect and present these treasures. To signal its support of Parks Canada's efforts, the Government of Canada is investing over $3 billion over 5 years to improve, restore, and recapitalize Parks Canada's built assets, including National Historic Sites. Many of these projects foster the conservation of heritage buildings and structures administered by Parks Canada. Through these investments, Parks Canada is protecting and preserving our National Historic Sites while supporting local economies and contributing to the growth in our tourism sector. In addition, in Budget 2016, the Government of Canada signaled its support for conservation projects undertaken on non-federally owned National Historic Sites, heritage lighthouses, heritage railway stations, and other important assets, Mr. Speaker, by allocating $20 million over 2 years to the Parks Canada administered National Cost-Sharing Program for Heritage Places. The legislation now before us, as the title suggests, Conservation of National Historic Sites Account, proposes to establish an account dedicated to conservation activities at National Historic Sites administered by Parks Canada. The account would be managed by Parks Canada to collect donations and use them to fund conservation projects. The bill specifically requires that only the interest generated through the investment of the principal be spent on conservation projects. The principal itself would remain in the account in perpetuity. While Parks Canada welcomes all donations as a way to further support the conservation of National Historic Sites, it is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the amount of annual donations have historically not been substantial enough to adequately support conservation activities. Last year, the public donated a little more than $56,000 to National Historic Sites for various activities and programming. Taken in context with what is being proposed under Bill C-315, Parks Canada would have to attract far more donations, perhaps at least 100 times more, in order to ensure the account is cost-effective. As an illustration, investments of principal in conservation financial vehicles would generate only about 2% annually. Even if donors were incredibly generous and donated, let's say $5 million, Mr. Speaker, under the proposed investment strategy, this would generate about $100,000 per year in interest. That's a respectable amount of money, for sure, but when spread over as many as 171 National Historic Sites across the country, this is not enough to make a meaningful contribution to conservation efforts. To date, there is only one instance where a donation has been made consistent with the terms being proposed in C-315. The bequest of the Prime Minister, Mackenzie King, for the ongoing conservation of Laurier House, as per the Laurier Act, stipulates that an endowment of $225,000 remain in the account in perpetuity with its interest spent on the upkeep of the Laurier House National Historic Site. And in fiscal years 2014-15, 2015-16, this account has generated amounts of approximately $5,000 and $4,000, respectively. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is winding down, so I will do the same. Mr. Speaker, the existing donation management practices at Parks Canada provide the public with the option to decide whether they wish their donation to be spent immediately or to generate interest over time. This is an important choice, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-315, though well-intentioned, and again I commend the honourable member, unfortunately is duplicative of current practice and in fact would restrict donors in making a choice. Mr. Speaker, Parks Canada has demonstrated its leadership and commitment to maintaining the commemorative integrity of Canada's cultural heritage. The policies, programs, and investments currently in place do an admirable job of supporting this objective. Bill C-315 does nothing to enhance this support, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage my honourable colleagues to vote against the proposed legislation. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak to an important private member's bill brought forward by the honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. Bill C-315 is an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, and its enactment would permit National Historic Sites operated by Parks Canada to maintain a separate account for donations that would earn interest, and that interest could be used for the restoration and preservation of that site. Currently, designation as a National Historic Site by itself does not bring in any monetary funds for the upkeep of the site. So I'm therefore pleased to support the honourable member's motion to introduce one more way for National Historic Sites to generate revenue to support their upkeep. However, our efforts should not stop there. We need the federal government to partner with all levels of government and the community to make infrastructure and program investments to help protect and preserve these national historic sites. There's no question that national historic sites are places of profound importance to Canada. They bear witness to this nation's history and showcase its diverse cultural traditions. Canada is a nation comprised of diverse Indigenous peoples and cultures, as well as immigrant communities who have come from all over the world. Each community brings with them their own unique heritage and contribute to the social fabric of Canada in different ways. Entwined into our history is also a history of discrimination faced by many communities in Canada. This discrimination is still very much alive today, evident by the number of hate crimes being reported, which have been on the rise. Remembering and honoring the contributions of our diverse communities is one of the most powerful ways we can combat the arguments put forth by those who want to claim Canada for only a portion of its population. In my riding of Vancouver East, there is a National Historic Site that is a perfect example of the ways that these sites remind us of both the richness and challenges that are embedded in Canadian history, and that is Vancouver's historic Chinatown. Vancouver Chinatown developed as a self-segregated enclave due to discriminatory laws forbidding people of Chinese heritage from living and working elsewhere in the city, as well as the racially motivated violence and hostility experienced by the community outside the enclave. The distinctive and beautiful buildings in the community constructed by benevolent associations to help fellow community members are living monuments to both the struggle and resilience of the community. Many of the historic buildings continue to serve the community today as gathering places, activity spaces, and homes for Chinese Canadian seniors. In the heart of the community, the Chinatown Memorial Monument stands to honor the Chinese railway workers who helped complete the most treacherous sections of the Canadian Pacific Railway and the World War II veterans who served to keep our country safe. This monument depicts the history of Chinese Canadians in Canada and is profound in its meaning to our community. Surrounding it is the Chinese Cultural Center, the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Classical Garden, and the Andy Livingston Park, all of which are important cultural sites and spaces for the Chinatown community. Historic Chinatown received designation as a National Historic Site in 2012, and in May of 2017, community members and activists celebrated the unveiling of a series of plaques that mark the destination. However, despite its status as a national site, Vancouver Chinatown is number 3 on the Heritage Vancouver Society's top 10 watch list of endangered sites in Vancouver and the top 10 endangered places list on the National Trust for Canada. In fact, ongoing immense development pressures is having a direct impact on Chinatown. As stated by the National Trust of Canada, and I quote, "Relentless development threatens the physical fabric of this nationally significant urban cultural landscape. Design guidelines meant to maintain a Chinatown look are often overlooked, and building heights have been dramatically increased. At the same time, intense speculation is driving up rents and displacing longtime residents, many of them seniors, who are central to the area's rich cultural identity. Without better control on new development efforts to sustain local businesses, Chinatown's unique character will be lost," end quote. According to research done by the Chinatown Concern Group, since 2008, Chinatown has seen almost 800 market housing units built and approved, while only 22 non-market housing units were built in the same period. Many people are worried that Chinatown may lose the rich cultural essence that make the neighborhood unique, and the future of Chinatown remains uncertain. As we celebrate Canada's 150, our community is calling on the federal government to not forget that BC was able to join Confederation through the labor and sacrifices made by the Chinese railway workers who helped complete the most treacherous sections of the railway. We're also asking the federal government to remember 2017 is the 70th anniversary of Chinese Canadians winning the right to vote. Our community would like to see all levels of government work together to recognize the cultural importance of historic Chinatown and honor the contributions of Chinese Canadians to our nation by protecting the community that was built out of that history. The Government of BC, a willing partner through its efforts to reconcile historical wrongs and discriminatory laws faced by Chinese Canadians, has created a legacy fund. One of the legacy initiatives is to examine ways to rejuvenate the Chinese society and clan buildings. Clan and society associations were founded in the spirit of kinship, and historically they serve to address the social, political, and financial needs of Chinese Canadians in communities across the country. These buildings would be renovated in order to better serve the needs of today's community by creating usable community cultural spaces, space for food programming, and affordable housing. To date, a clan association needs assessment has already been conducted, and a Chinatown senior housing feasibility study was also completed. The City of Vancouver has committed to restore clan associations through its Chinese Society Legacy Program. What we need now is a partnership with the federal government so that together we can ensure the success of this meaningful legacy initiative. When we designate historical Chinatown as a national heritage site, action needs to be taken. Both infrastructure dollars and programming dollars are needed. For our community, historic Chinatown is experienced through both its physical structures and its ambience. When our community thinks about protecting the heritage of Vancouver Chinatown, we're not just looking for the installation of plaques. We're also envisioning a Chinatown vibrant with aromatic food stalls similar to the food streets in Hong Kong and China. We're imagining a hub of intergenerational activities where elders share their stories of the past, teaching the youth various traditions and the secrets of how to make homemade Chinese delicacies in celebration of different cultural festivals or playing mahjong together. We're thinking about a community with the capacity to learn and care for its elders, as many of the residents of Chinatown are seniors now and living in substandard housing. Some of those seniors are people who still recall the discriminatory practices of the past. We therefore feel very strongly that there must be commitment to invest in affordable housing and services for seniors and families in and surrounding the Chinatown area. Mr. Speaker, our community is never short on ideas, passion, and effort. Some of the dedicated members of our community even envision Vancouver's Chinatown be designated as UNESCO's World Heritage Site, and they've been working hard to try and realize this dream. However, all of this important work cannot be done by the volunteers' effort of individuals alone. All three levels of government must step in to honor the commitment we make when we designate a community as a site that is historically significant to Canada. As Canada's major historical site and tourist attraction, it is vital that we do everything we can to help revitalize Chinatown in such a way that preserves, protects, and reinvigorates the integrity of this historical neighborhood. I call on the federal government to join with all of us with this vision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for bringing forward this bill, Bill C-315. Mr. Speaker, this is an amazing bill. I must say, it's 2 pages long. I really appreciate that. And it goes to what we, in this place, we'd like to see often is a straightforward bill that we can see what the impacts are going to be. Now, we just heard from the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women how their government is not going to be supporting this bill, and I must say that I'm deeply disappointed in that as well. They say, well, currently nobody is really donating to the public or our national heritage sites. Only $56,000 was donated to the national heritage sites. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely the thing that we're trying to boost. We're trying to boost those donations. So just because the number is low doesn't mean that the system doesn't work. We're trying to make it so that where your treasure is, there your heart will be. That's the essential point of this bill right here, and I commend my colleague for bringing this forward. The point is, Mr. Speaker, is that if you donate money to the National Heritage Site, it goes into a big black hole. It goes into a big pot, and that money is spread out throughout the country. So in my riding, I have a National Heritage Site in the town of Fort Vermilion. I go and I visit that site and I say, man, they need some upkeep here. I'd be willing to donate some money. When I donate the money, I said, will that money show up back here in Fort Vermilion? They say, well, we don't really know. It goes into a big black pot and it gets dispersed around the country. This particular bill will make it so that if I donate money when I'm visiting the National Heritage Site in Fort Vermilion, the money that I donate will go to help the site in Fort Vermilion. And that is the essence of the bill. And I often in this place we do speak past each other, and that's a frustration. But today in particular, I could not believe the Parliamentary Secretary on the Status of Women, how he totally failed to recognize the very fact that the donation that would be made would be tied to the particular site. Secondly, he failed to mention anything about the charitable status that comes with this donation. Currently, as I understand it, there is no charitable status that comes with that. Now, if we could put the charitable status so that if you give to a National Heritage Site, you get the same tax benefit as if you donate to your local charity. We do that. We give charitable status donations a tax incentive to encourage donations. So if we were to do that to the National Heritage Sites, we might actually encourage donations. And then, Mr. Speaker, then the $56,000 a year might actually grow to be millions of dollars a year. And the individuals that are donating to that particular cause could see the direct effects of their efforts in the particular heritage site that they do love and visit on a regular basis. They could see their money going to improving the situation of that National Heritage Site. Mr. Speaker, I know many people in Northern Alberta are particularly interested in National Heritage Sites. Even though in my riding we only have one designated National Heritage Site, there is a group from Northern Alberta called the Friends of the Northern Alberta History Society, and they've actually put together an app that can help to bring awareness to national historical sites. And so they've developed an app. It's on a map. If you know of a historical site, you can put it into their app, and it becomes like a bit of a wiki so that people that visit that site can tell their story and what they know about that particular site. So I guess just going to give a little plug for it's called the History Check app. And I know that people in my riding have been working extensively. I'd like to thank Sheila Willis especially for spearheading that, and I hope that it becomes a great success. But back to this particular bill, I'm extremely disappointed to hear the government's not supporting this, and I'm extremely disappointed that they really have failed to grasp the essence of this bill. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton West, Lancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for providing me an opportunity to explain why I do not support Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account. Although I respect the apparent goal of Bill C-315, the mechanism it proposes is duplicative of what the government is already able to achieve. Bill C-315 aims to support the conservation of national historic sites. Without question, this is an honourable goal. I suspect that everyone in this House fully supports efforts to preserve, rehabilitate, and restore national historic sites. Canada's network of national historic sites reflects the rich and varied heritage of our nation and provides opportunities for Canadians and other visitors to learn more about our diverse history. The legislation now before us would create a new mechanism to help fund the conservation of national historic sites. However, the mechanism is redundant, even though the intention is sound. This government welcomes all donations to heritage sites as a way to further support the conservation of national historic sites. Doing so helps to protect and celebrate our heritage. We should not support a mechanism that would limit the existing framework. The legislation now before us would establish the Conservation of National Historic Sites account. Individual members of the public and organizations could donate money to the account, which would be managed by Parks Canada. So far, so good. However, it's the interest earned in the account that would be spent on conservation projects. The principal, however, would remain untouched. Over time, donations would accumulate and the account would grow. While this approach might look good at first glance, it loses its appeal on closer scrutiny. The primary reason that the government does not support Bill C-315 is because the bill's objectives are presently being met by existing donation management practices at Parks Canada. Parks Canada accepts, manages, and spends donations as per the authorities granted to it by the Parks Canada Agency Act and the Financial Administration Act. Under the Act, whenever an individual makes a donation to a national historic site, the funds are deposited into a specified purpose account. At the same time the donation is made, the donor may specify what they wish the funds to be spent on, such as conservation activities, trail construction, cultural interpretation, asset restoration, etc. Individuals are also able to request that the donation generate interest over time with the principle held in perpetuity. Members of the public have shown that they are interested in supporting activities at particular National Historic Sites through donations. During the fiscal year of 2015-2016, the total amount of donations received and deposited into the account was just over $56,000, directed towards 7 National Historic Sites. None of these donations were made with the added stipulation that the funds generate interest over time. This may be because it's better to spend the entire donation in order to address high-priority areas of improvement. If this bill passes and the level of annual donations remains consistent, the interest available would be too small to adequately support conservation activities. This is where our problem lies. For the sake of argument, let us imagine that Bill C-315 becomes law and the proposed account attracts 10 times this amount in donations. That is $560,000. Given that even the most lucrative of secured investment funds yield less than 2% interest these days, each year the account would generate about $10,000. While this is not an insignificant sum, sadly, it would not make a meaningful contribution to the conservation of National Historic Sites. In addition, the restrictions imposed by Bill C-315 may actually discourage donations because only the interest generated would be used for conservation activities. For example, if the restoration of a cannon at York Redoubt National Historic Site in Nova Scotia is to cost $1,000, an individual who wishes to donate $1,000 to support the immediate restoration of the cannon, they might be shocked to learn that they're going to have to wait 35 years until their donation generates enough interest to cover the restoration cost. Ultimately, Bill C-315 would hamper the ability of Parks Canada to invest public donations in conservation projects at National Historic Sites. Parks Canada is a recognized leader of heritage conservation. The agency is responsible for protecting and presenting national significant examples of Canada's natural and cultural heritage. Along with national parks and national marine conservation areas, Parks Canada manages 171 National Historic Sites. These include an amazing array of places and stories to discover, from lighthouses to battlefields, and cultural landscapes to historic neighbourhoods. Parks Canada employees and contractors have the expertise, experience, and dedication needed to ensure that these places and stories endure, and that they are safe, accessible, and compelling for all Canadians. The Government of Canada is investing over $3 billion over 5 years to improve, restore, and recapitalize Parks Canada's built assets, including National Historic Sites. This represents the largest infrastructure plan in the 105-year history of Parks Canada. Many of these projects foster the conservation of heritage buildings and structures. Through these historic investments in heritage places, Parks Canada is protecting and preserving Canada's National Historic Sites while supporting local economies and contributing to the growth of tourism in their areas. One of the projects funded by this investment is only a short walk from here, along the Rideau Canal. Parks Canada recognizes the importance of this country's built heritage. Places such as the Rideau Canal, Province House in PEI, and many others express our national identity and connect us to Canada's past, present, and future. And due to many factors such as neglect, urban development, and climate change, many of Canada's heritage places are at risk. I take comfort in knowing that Parks Canada is committed to maintaining the commemorative integrity of Canada's cultural heritage and conservation activities at the 171 National Historic Sites that it administers. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Member of Parliament for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes for raising this important issue through his proposal. The conservation of National Historic Sites is necessarily a cooperative exercise. The Government of Canada works in collaboration with provincial, territorial and municipal authorities to administer a range of programs. These programs complement one another as they pursue a common goal. Mr. Speaker, we must do our best to protect Canada's national heritage sites because these treasured places define and inspire us. They are inherently valuable and have taken on even greater significance this year, being the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Bill C-315 would not only duplicate existing legislative provisions, it would also limit Parks Canada's ability to manage and direct available funds to meet conservation priorities. As such, it does not merit support of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today in the House to speak to Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account. I greatly commend the member who has put forward this bill in the spirit of trying to get more resources to our heritage properties, particularly our National Historic Sites in Canada. As we've heard, there are 171 properties owned and managed by Parks Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity in my career prior to entering politics to work in many of those sites, to manage them, to visit them. I've visited extensively over a 34-year period. I'll take you back to the beginning of my career in 1983 at Fort Walsh National Historic Site. It was a place that had been partially developed. It was remains of a Royal Canadian Mounted Police remount ranch, and there were many of the buildings that were in need of rehabilitation. There were some investments that needed to be made in new exhibits, and so financial challenges existed, and this was back in the 1980s. I served as an interpreter, and so saw some of the challenges that our historic properties are faced with. I also, as I moved around the country with my career and from frontline interpreter to supervisory and management positions, I had the huge privilege of being placed in places such as Whitehorse, where I managed all visitor programs at Parks Canada facilities throughout the Yukon. One of the gems there is the Dawson City collection of National Historic Sites. Parks Canada is in many diverse locations, and there are a variety of environmental challenges, threats of climate change. As we see in Dawson City, it's an evolving landscape, and there are often challenges that arise. And the challenge with the Parks Canada sites is that they're funded by appropriations, and so there's always competing interests. Now, fortunately, many organizations, one that is near and dear to me is Motherwell Homestead National Historic Site in Saskatchewan, and the last decade I was manager at Fort Langley National Historic Site in British Columbia. Many of these National Historic Sites have friends of organizations. They're generally nonprofit organizations, and the nonprofits that exist are able to work very closely in collaboration with Parks Canada to solicit funds. At the property I was at, Fort Langley National Historic Site, the friends there were involved for many years in fundraising and rehabilitation, rebuilding, and the addition of new assets within the site. They helped build one of the bastions and a portion of the palisade. They helped really get a restoration program going. So this demonstrates that there are organizations out there that are willing to work in partnership with Parks Canada that can manage some of the funds and really collect donations. My experience in more than 3 decades in the field was that people were often reluctant to cut a check to the federal government. There was always this concern, and I know the private members bill is trying to address that concern to say there is a specified purpose fund here and that the donations will go. The challenge with this bill as it's put forward, though, is that only the interest earned will be there. Again, going back to my time as manager at Fort Langley National Historic Site, sometimes managers of these properties have small projects. It may be a $10,000 renewal of an exhibit or a $50,000 installation of a new roof on a building, and if there's not money there, the community is often willing to help out. But there already are mechanisms in place, as was mentioned by some of my colleagues on this side of the House. There are specified purpose funds. The Parks Canada Agency Act and the Financial Administration Act allow the Parks Canada Agency to retain funds and direct them. The beauty of the existing system is that you're able to actually raise funds and then expend the full amount. So if you're going out to a school group, or if a school group comes and says that they want to support a project, their entire effort, fundraising effort, can go into a specific project as opposed to going into an account that is locked up in perpetuity and only generating interest to support it. So it's, as I say, I hate to speak against any effort that we have to try to increase investment, but I just don't think that C315 in its, as it stands in this format is the way to do that. Our Environment and Sustainable Development Committee is currently underway looking at a study on the state of built heritage in Canada. We are looking at within the federal collective of what is working and what isn't. And so we're having discussions with departments and the Parks Canada Agency about existing financial mechanisms that are in place to help protect the built heritage in Canada. And we're not through that study yet, and it's, I think, going to be important that we are able to conclude that study, bring forward recommendations, and there may be some interesting things that we can do with properties not owned by Parks Canada and the federal government, but also the family of National Historic Sites that are out there. But it would also be great if the federal government was resourced to and committed the funds to maintain its own assets. That would allow us to do fundraising for many of the other heritage properties that exist in Canada that are also in need of investment. So the study that we're doing, we're hearing some very interesting ideas. We're going home for a constituency week now, but we will be coming back and continuing that study. I hope to have recommendations. Our committee, including my honourable colleague from Pontiac, who sits on the committee with me, we will be bringing forward recommendations to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. We're hopeful that we will see a response in the coming months, and from there the government will be able to perhaps respond through legislation and deal with some of the shortcomings or needs for enhancement of existing legislation. To give commemorative integrity as an example, primary consideration in the management of National Historic Sites that's not currently captured under the National Parks Act. We are we've heard testimony that perhaps there should be specific legislation for National Historic Sites, and I think that would be a great move to try to deal with some of the management challenges that we have with the 171 sites that are owned and operated by Parks Canada. But we'll see C315 resolve some of the issues that are there. I don't believe that it will, but that's why it's important that our government and the committee structures continue to advance this conversation, that we work together. We also have an issue that we heard about through some very compelling testimony, some very powerful testimony from Indigenous organizations in the country. And there are some great opportunities to be looking at how we celebrate Indigenous culture and heritage in Canada. It doesn't tend to fit nicely with a built heritage kind of paradigm that we have under a colonial framework. And so it would be great to see some money and fundraising perhaps being able to go by various parties to support a renewed and celebrated Indigenous commemoration program, a celebration of culture and heritage. So there are lots of questions that need to be asked, important questions about heritage and the role of the federal government in supporting heritage in Canada. Our Committee of the Environment and Sustainable Development is working on that. Although there are some great efforts such as Bill C-315 to perhaps advance the cause of heritage and perhaps chronic underfunding that we see in some locations, there are many other ways that we can deal with these issues, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on seeing how we can find those solutions eventually. 1 minute? Okay. Well, I do want to take that last minute to perhaps talk about some of the other amazing places that I've been at and some of the successes. I had spent some time in Southern Ontario during my career with Parks Canada. The Southwestern Ontario Field Unit has amazing National Historic Sites, and one that really comes to mind is HMCS Haida in Hamilton. And it was, again, a really great project that the federal government was able to fund, but the community was very much supportive, and through volunteers and making that be accessible and telling the great stories of that worship to the people of Canada. So there are existing mechanisms, as I've said, within the Parks Canada Agency Act and the Financial Administration Act that allow those types of partnerships to happen, that allow us to really capitalize on the public's interest in heritage and to even grow that. Mr. Speaker, I see you may be getting ready to cut me off, so thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the need for investments and all of the ways that we can do that for built heritage in Canada. Thank you.
La période prévue pour l'étude des
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
October 16, 2017, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.